And I can do all this planning because I know I'm going to be making money next year. Even if the cost of living goes up, you can still afford to do what you want to do and know it is not going to be dependent on the market. You can't be more secure than that.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
South Jersey owned and operated, GreenLaneDelivery.com has been in the produce business for nearly a century. They now deliver the freshest produce directly to your door. Visit GreenLaneDelivery.com and see why over 10,000 of your neighbors have already made the switch. Priced for every family. Quality produce, sourced in season, delivered to your table the next day. First-time customers use promo code WPHT for 10% off. Make the convenient switch. Freshness is just a click away at GreenLaneDelivery.com.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute, the 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11 millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of one per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
If your water heater doesn't say Bradford White, you're missing out. Our products work harder, longer, and more efficiently. Every tank is manufactured right here in America using the finest components from around the world. Only available through trusted wholesale distributors and installed by pros, not DIY. We're professional grade from start to finish. When it comes to water heaters, leave it to the professionals. Bradford White, built to be the best.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3. Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, it's another surprise Dano takeover. Dan Borowski taking over the Dawn Stensland Show again with good friends of mine, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, Surge Phillies greatest. Hey guys, how you doing?
It's great to be here, Dan, on the Dano Show.
Oh, well.
We're doing great. Thanks for having us.
Oh, it's beautiful to see you guys, and it's such a beautiful day out there. Any big plans this weekend? So if you don't know Surge Philly, first off, I'm Dan Borowski, I'm Dawn Stensland's producer. Frank, Ian join us every Monday with Surge Media. They do protests. They do the on the street kind of interviews, man on the street kind of interviews. And guys, you've done so many amazing ICE protests, LGBT parades, and we're going to get into that. But anything coming up this weekend, first off, that you guys got going on?
Yeah, we have a busy weekend. We're going to New York tomorrow to cover a protest happening. And then we're headed right to Atlantic City, where I'm going to be competing in a triathlon for the second time in my life. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Another endurance competition in Atlantic City. We did a bike ride last week that we talked a lot about on WPHT. The whole WPHT family did it, but super excited for this weekend.
Yeah, I actually had full transparency for today's show. I wanted you guys to send me over dating profiles so I can find out more about you. We're going to dig into some of those. I mean, if you didn't know, Ian's a boxer. I didn't know. Is that why you employ Ian? Because he can beat the, he can play security if he needs to?
It's my best kept secret. Keep that in the back pocket for moments of dire need.
But Frank, you say you are a fitness guy, and Ian now becoming a fitness guy, and a good reason for it. I mean, here's a good example. This is a protest here in Philadelphia, LGBT protest, and a guy tries blocking you, right? That's what's happening here?
Yes. So we were getting blocked by...
The leather man.
Yeah, the leather man.
Oh, I got him.
And before this video where I started running, and he couldn't keep up, there were 25 to 30 minutes, maybe even more than that, where he literally stood in my way and blocked me the entire time to try to stop me from getting interviews with different people. And eventually, the idea just came to just run away from him and see if he could keep up, and he couldn't.
So now what you're seeing, youtube.com/@12WPHT, Surge Media's Frank Scales. What he decides is... because he knows these guys are out of shape, why not take them for a run? See if you can outrun them, because as we just said, Frank is, a fitness guy. So take a quick listen to this guy as he, tries to keep up with Frank. youtube.com/@12WPHT for the video.
You fucking asshole!
Whoa, I had to dump that one.
Uh-oh.
I thought I had that one censored there. This is not my censored version. Sorry about that. For those on YouTube, but I did get that for the radio.
We got to make sure everybody's awake.
We're going to run. Ready?
So he goes for a
Out of
run,
shape.
and then there's a
Let's see how
guy,
long he can hang for.
one of the security guys, runs with
He's
you.
already sweating. He's about to collapse. I'm wearing leather, you moron. Of course.
My favorite quote you ever got there on Surge Philly, I'm wearing leather, you moron. That comes from that protester that's running alongside you. So take me inside that LGBT protest that you have there, dealing with these guys. I mean, you got to get creative because it's a dire situation with some of the mindsets of these individuals, huh?
Oh, yeah. They, as you can see, they aren't, by any means normal people following Frank around right now. There is an overweight blue-haired woman who says she had a double knee replacement, running after Frank, by the way. She's actively running. Yeah, it's just unfortunate to see. That's why we need to make America healthy again. We need to get these people's minds right and bodies right.
Yeah, we're going to get the pride community in shape.
I love that.
You look at this crowd, and like I said, the part that wasn't on camera in that short video was them following me around, harassing me, and for about 45 minutes. They would not stop, and they were doing anything they could to stop me from getting interviews and talking to people at that demonstration.
Was it a hostile environment? Or
it was super hostile.
Wow,
They tried to steal my mic. In the video, they were trying to steal my mic. They did that a few times. They were pouring water and glitter on me, which, I mean, whatever. But they were doing a bunch of stuff, and they were really just trying to get me to leave, to the point to where I had to go to police and tell them that they were following me around. And at that point, the police stepped in and tried to, protect our rights to be there and to exist on public property.
So I like where you take that because that's where I'm going to go with it. I bring up this particular protest, and I first off, I love the video, so that's why first off, Richard says quite a load on those knees. Yeah, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Join the discussion, always fun. But I bring up this particular video not just because it's funny, but because it's in the news. This is that protest right now that's being discussed in City Hall, right? I mean, we played some clips yesterday on the Dawn Show, Rue Landau, and we're going to get into it here in a second. But just contextually, that is the same protest that they're talking about. Correct, guys?
Yeah, that it was the Pride Festival, I'm pretty sure. This was the Pride Parade, the main Pride Parade, but after the fact, there was some other festivities that extended into the days after this even. But yes, the Pride event in Philadelphia was what the police responded to.
And the controversy is that they essentially had to come in and clear out, right?
This was the Pride Festival. This was the peaceful part of their demonstration where they were following me around.
And they're trying to steal your phone? That's
stealing my microphone, cursing at me, doing everything.
A permitted event, by the way, by the city.
The police had to step in and protect me here. But these people at this event, at the Pride Festival during the day, got on buses. And many of them I've watched get on the buses. They were intoxicated.
Yeah, they got drunk, high. Yeah.
You're telling like, so they're being bussed in?
Yeah, no, well, they got bussed.
Philly Pride 365.
Yes, the organization.
Have you found out who's funding this? Or?
So Philly Pride 365, they have a bunch of donors, including many corporate donors. Much of corporate America in Philadelphia actually contributed to the Pride Festival.
Walmart, McDonald's, you name it.
But these people got on buses at about 4 p.m. and got bussed back to the neighborhood where they then had a riot.
A drunken riot.
That was not permitted. So these people all went back to that neighborhood. They started marching in the streets, blocking traffic where they weren't permitted to do so. So the police stepped in and maintained order, and they stopped the people from blocking traffic and getting violent. And now we have city council people who are actually saying that the police did a bad job. Yeah. What about all the citizens who were trying to operate and live their daily lives in that neighborhood?
Yeah, and they it's just this, woe is me, oh, I'm oppressed. They're really just LARPing as Stonewall rioters at this point. And, nothing they do is for the furtherance of their community at this point. It's just seems like they're trying to, honestly, they're not even trying to push a narrative at this point. They're just useful idiots for the people who are trying to push the narrative.
That's true. Hey, I want to play back some of that audio from particularly Rue Landau, councilwoman, going back and forth with Bethel, police commissioner here in Philadelphia. Take a listen.
To do, and that, of course, it wasn't the intention.
They were harassed. They were traumatized.
This
was not about protection. You had 150 officers there by your own testimony. That is a significant amount of officers.
All right, just going to stop right there. 150 officers. I mean, for something like this, I would expect that to be a normal amount.
Yeah, that seems to be, a normal response team of officers.
Did you see like an overabundance of officers?
No,
Did it seem like they were trying to intimidate LGBTs?
No, and I just want to say, Rue Landau would rather have it to be 0 officers. This is someone who is in on the defund experiment.
Ironic that you go there, but that's exactly where the commissioner goes.
Well, yeah. But I disagree with you, and because I tell you what, then do you want police there at all?
Yeah,
because that's the
great
question
point
then, right?
by the commissioner there.
Do you want is policing there at all?
At times heated, the hearing in City Council chambers today lasered in focus at this year's Pride's festivities and the police response. The parade officially hosted on the Parkway this year, but people also gathered in the neighborhood, and that's where officers and the crowd collided. More than a dozen people were arrested. Some interactions got physical.
You put motorcycles on the sidewalk with barricades when there were too many humans on there, and you knew it, and you did it anyway. You brought horses into areas.
What about the illegal migrants that drive their electric motorbikes on sidewalks and in bike lanes and clog up traffic at every end? So the hypocrisy is off the chart.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If police weren't there and something happened, Rue Landau would be criticizing the police commissioner that there weren't enough police there. So this councilwoman, Rue Landau, will take the side against the police and against law and order every single time. She's not a consistent person. She is not a logical person. She is simply taking the side of the mob in hopes to keep her seat in city council.
Yep.
I have in the background the theme of the great film Seabiscuit, because she seems to have a problem with horses.
Yeah.
Humans on there, and you knew it, and you did it anyway. You brought horses into areas to terrify people.
Which are, the horses are very necessary to controlling crowds, and they keep officers and people safe. Officers on horses, they have a higher vantage point, so they're able to look through crowds more efficiently, effectively, and determine threats before they arise. So, if anything, the horses being there is what DA Larry Krasner would call targeted enforcement. So, it's completely in line with, modern enforcement policies and how the police should be doing their jobs. And for Rue Landau to be blowing that up and making a mountain out of a molehill is completely emblematic of her, ideology and how antithetical it is to Western society.
You're telling me that it's not like an Old West, horses riding,
yeah.
The
like we have the highway.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, we have the highwaymen going down South Street.
Well, guess what? That's what we need. Because what's going to protect people in this city is law and order. What's going to increase the quality of life for everybody is law and order. So send the horses in and keep law and order, and don't let people riot. I mean, citizens have a right to live their lives, to run businesses, to get where they need to go without being disrupted and disturbed by a group of violent rioters who think they're being oppressed when they're not. It's totally imagined. And, I love Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel's response to all this, and I actually think he should go farther or continue standing up for the police.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm happy to see that there are normal young people like you when we see all these young people out there, LGBT, just brainwashed, and people like Rue Landau in this mindset because it's growing. And you hear Trump, and to their point about policing and such, you hear Trump now making a lot of points about these Democrat socialists being elected in certain locations and crime skyrocketing under their run. And we see that over and over again, and people just don't learn. So I like to shine a light on these kind of issues when you have someone like Rue Landau out there who's tearing down the police's efforts to protect the people that she wants to protect. And that's why I also bring up let's go. I want to go to we're going to go to Newsmax, where Frank Scales was kind enough to mention something that happened recently. Take a watch. Where's my sound? Here we go.
What was his plan? To create the issues in capitalism, and then
Frankie talking about Mamdani right now with the Newsmax
so
crew.
Issues.
But take a listen where it goes next. It's fantastic.
Mamdani's going to come in and say we need more government.
Yeah, so he'll create the problem and the solution. Well, only time will tell.
Yes.
It'll be very interesting. But Frankie, we want to talk about something else. You did something very cool and exciting. The 39th annual the Bend to the Shore bike tour. I followed along on social media, and here's some of your video here.
So cool. It is.
Tell us how many miles you rode and really the message behind this and why it was so important to you.
So it was from the Ben Franklin Bridge to Atlantic City, which is 65 miles.
Wow.
I did it in 4 hours and 2 minutes. I didn't drink water
Which
for
is
like 50
incredible.
miles.
He was saying he could have done it faster, and I'm like doing the math of 65 miles in 4 hours. That is very impressive.
It is impressive.
There's also who it was for.
My only regret is that I didn't bring my medal to the Newsmax studio and wear it during this.
You got a medal?
Yeah, cool.
You got an actual medal?
Wow.
Yes.
And the fact that during this segment, Fox News, literally right next to it, when I was in the green room watching this, right next to, on the screen next to the Newsmax screen was the Fox News screen. And on there was how Tunnels to Towers was biking 3,000 miles for the families of fallen law enforcement officers and stuff like that. So maybe that'll be the next challenge.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Could you do 3,000, Frank?
I think with
it's
the
quite
proper,
a up from 60. You're talking like
with the proper training. I think I could do it because the thing is, you kind of like have to get to a certain point, and the miles become less, challenging.
It becomes a struggle, I guess, to anyone who's biking past that amount of miles. It just becomes survival mode.
Yeah, especially when you don't drink water for the first 40 miles.
I'm so mad about that because if I would have stopped at mile 36, all I had to do was stop at mile 36, and I would have been able to keep a 16-mile pace until mile 50, and my time would have been so much better.
If you still want to donate to support Frank, what Frank did, what Ian did, is they were challenged on air by Dawn, by Road Warrior, to join up, and they followed through. And you can still sponsor them. You can still donate to Bend to the Shore by going to bendtoshore.org, search up Frank Scales, search up Ian McGinnis. Can I spell your last name real quick, Ian? Do you mind?
Yeah.
McGinnis. Search that if you want to support Ian's ride. Let's continue with Newsmax there.
Yes, so the families behind the badge. So, the families of fallen police officers get assistance from this organization that hosted this race, and they raised money. They raised millions. They raised about $1.3 million so far.
Thank you.
4 families behind the badge, behind police officers that have passed away or gotten hurt on the job. So, I'm an independent journalist. I'm out there in the streets in Philadelphia, New York, Washington, D.C., covering these protests of violent Antifa members.
Yep.
And oftentimes, they want to hurt me. They want to get violent. And the people standing in their way are the police officers. And whatever I can do to support them, I'm happy to do. So it was awesome to be out there riding my bike. I'm going to be faster next year, but didn't need bike.
There you go.
All right, so I play that specifically after what we just heard from Rue Landau, what we heard from LGBT protesters, because here we have a young guy, and just the humility it takes to go on to national television, request that you take a couple minutes out of the time that you're giving the Newsmax to shine a light on Bend to the Shore, to shine a light on police officers that need our help. Complete opposite of what we see on the left. You have them questioning, whether or not they should be protected by police. And meanwhile, you have a kid that's going on national TV out of his own accord, writing for them, talking about them on the right. So just want to contrast the two. Frank, amazing job, brother.
Yeah, and it's not just Ian and I, but that is the difference between the right and the left. People on the right support police, while people on the left build a career on criticizing and destroying the police's reputation.
Mm-hmm. And it's not only just empty words and empty threats levied against the police department, where it's like, oh, we're going to defund the police and stuff like that. We're actively seeing members of city council, members of Congress standing against law enforcement, and it just can't be this way. If we want to move Western society, our country, in the right direction, we want to move it further. If we don't support our law enforcement officers, how is our system going to prevail? Communism can easily take over if we have people in government advocating against this current system of laws, against the people who stand up for those laws, and they push this antithetical ideology at the same time. So it's really about creating the problem and then selling the solution to these radical leftists.
Yeah, and I don't want to go super too in deep here, but what do the police officers do? They enforce the rules. They enforce the laws of our system. So why do leftists hate the police officers if they're enforcing the rules that oftentimes leftists put in place? Well, the reason is because the leftists, many of them are cultural Marxists, and Marxists want to actually get rid of the system. They think the system is oppressing people. So, of course, their first point of attack are going to be the people who enforce the rules of the system. Because if there's nobody there to enforce the rules,
great point.
then the system is totally defanged.
Yes.
And that is their goal. The destruction of it, of defunding the police, the destruction that would cause is the Marxist goal. That's what they want to do, and we have to understand that threat for what it is.
And it's not necessarily just about, abolishing the police department and things like that. That's very unrealistic, but what is happening is a lot of cops, a lot of police officers are leaving the force. They're looking elsewhere. They're self-censoring on the job. They're afraid to actually enforce the laws that they're meant to enforce because the institutions now may punish them. The DA, we see it all the time. Larry Krasner, he's chomping at the bit. Yeah, absolutely. That's a throwback. But he's chomping at the bit to put these cops in jail. He has an entire wing of his office is dedicated to investigating law enforcement officers, and apparently he has a database filled with what he calls cops who are at high risk of abusing their power. Now, if that isn't fascist, I don't know what is.
Frank, you support people who support fascism.
It's funny, and it's crazy you say that because we always talk about it. Whenever we host, it seems we always fall back to one common theme. And we'll get into it at some point today, I'm sure, too. That's ideological subversion. It's the oldest tactic in the book of communists, in the book of Russia. Active measures, I don't know how you say it in Russian, but active measures from the KGB. If you can divide a Western society, you can conquer it. And we're seeing
Find the crack and widen it is their philosophy.
That's exactly the philosophy, especially in the world of social politics. And that's why we see it. And it's great that the young generation really seems up to it. And I got to say, there's a lot of listeners out there that Mango Mush says on our chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT, he's been saying it for 30 freaking years. Yeah, a lot of people were saying it for 30 years, and they've been called kooks for saying it.
Yeah.
But that's how long it's been going on. It's been going on since the Cold War, and Russia, China, our adversaries are beating us, and that's what we're seeing out there on the streets now. It's scary, and that's why we need to protect ourselves in the midterms going forward, conservative values, Western values. We'll get into that a little more after the break. Punchbowl News had an exclusive interview that was released this morning with Trump, and he actually gets into that, protecting Republican values, conservative values through the midterms. He specifically talks MAGA, and will MAGA remain after Trump? So we'll get into that. We'll see what are young people thinking about Trump MAGA. After the break, I'm with Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, Surge Philadelphia. Guys, where can we find you before we go to break?
So go to Surge Philly on Instagram, TikTok. Go to frank.scales on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. But any social media platform, you could also go to surgemedia.us. And if you would like to support us on our journey that we're on, please do so. It takes time, money, and effort. We're never going to stop. But really, just go to our social medias or our website, surgemedia.us.
With that money, maybe you can buy better socks.
Yeah.
Do we have them?
So someone says...
Somebody did make a comment about the socks.
Richard WW says, interesting socks over there on YouTube. I have the picture up there.
Definitely interesting socks.
See it, but what were the socks that you were wearing, Newsmax?
So they were just my typical...
just like pinstripe, or...
They were like red, yellow, and white pinstripes. And I usually wear my powder blue socks. I like them. But I didn't have them. They were like dirty.
It matches the tie.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured add some color into it.
Yeah, if you got to add flair to your outfit, I'm not against, throwing some cool socks on. He does have a pair of Trump socks I wish he wore. They're cool. I like those.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT to see the picture that we're talking about. And we are fully interactive. These guys spend their lives on the internet. They go out. They talk to people live. If you want to call in, 855-839-1210. If you want to get involved in the chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT. We will interact with you. We will bring your comments live to the air. Again, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Yes,
I have a question, too, for everybody, and people can call in to answer this. What is a flamboyancy? Does anybody know?
What do you mean?
What is a flamboyancy?
Like what
do you know what a flamboyancy is?
I know what a flamboyancy is, but I want to see something.
Is this a new term, or are you talking like...
Oh, no, this is an old term.
Like I know it.
Frank's quizzing people now?
Are you... I mean... I think flamboyancy, if you looked up in the dictionary, you might find those socks.
That is a good point.
Or a herd of flamingos.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah.
Is that the answer to the question? Did you just give the...
Yes.
Oh, well.
I couldn't wait.
It's the greatness of Frank skills. Ian McGinnis, Surge Philly. We will be back after the break, 855-839-1210, to chime in. We're going to get into this very exclusive, well, not for us, for Punch Bowl News interview that they did with Trump concerning the midterms, the future of the Republican Party. We got two young guys here who are the future of the Republican Party to give their opinions. See you on the other side.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the Birds, Merrill Reese, at Merrill Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Merrill Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radner, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Your kids need to know artificial intelligence in order to be prepared for the working world.
This is going to be a very, very common thing they're going to have to use when they enter the workforce, so it's beneficial to them to know how to use it.
It can also be used to cheat on their homework in the here and now. He says it's up to parents and educators to make sure students know how to use AI the right way.
We work with them and let them know what the guardrails are on how you should use it, how you shouldn't use it.
I'm Rob Hart.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah. And that's because of me. Biden was against all this. I don't think Biden had any idea what it was. But our country right now is doing better than it's ever done. You know, when I see polls on the economy, I should have I should have 150%, not 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have the greatest. This is the golden age of America.
The
What's
golden
being built
age
now in this country has never, ever been built. And we are literally in the golden age of America. And
that's Trump this morning saying we're living in the golden age of America. That comes from an exclusive interview with the Punch Bowl News release this morning. It's about a 30-minute interview where they focus heavily on the midterms, talking about the future of MAGA, whether or not the midterm success or failure that we're about to see is any implication on the future of the Republican Party. We'll get into that a little bit more. But guys, I just want your thoughts first off with Frank and Ian of Surge Philly. They join Dawn every Monday, and they have a great online presence. Go check them out, Surge Philly, Surge Media. Your overall thoughts. Are we living in the golden age of America? I'll give it to Ian first. Ian, what do you think?
I think we're right on the verge of the golden age of America. I think it's something that's yet to come, but I feel like we're moving in the right direction. I feel like Trump did most of the work to get us there because we really were in a rut, in a hole under Joe Biden with, 20 million illegals pouring into our country. Social welfare systems were completely drained. American citizens couldn't get access to really essential things that they need. And I feel like right now with the war in Iran, it's really easy to be mad at Trump. And with gas prices, it's really easy to revert back to the mean and say, let's put somebody in there who's going to make things just cheaper across the board, and that's that. But I think that when it comes to the war in Iran in particular, that is forcing a reset in terms of global trade, global relations, and the power dynamics of geopolitics on the world stage. China's losing a lot of leverage now, and partly because they can't get oil from Iran. They need to spend more oil to buy it they need to spend more on oil to buy it from Russia or buy it from other European states or buy it from us at times. So I feel like when it comes to that, we're going to see the U.S. dollar start to rebound, and it's going to be stronger than ever. And once this whole Iran thing is sorted out, we're going to be in such a great position because if we can exert control over the strait while getting out of Iran, we essentially have an oil monopoly in the world. And the only person who can really compete with us in that aspect of things would be Russia. And that would be, the remaining question mark there is how are we going to navigate that relationship between us and Russia?
Now, is the golden age something that stays, Frank, or is it something that can be squandered with a win by? I mean, it seems more like we're not in the golden age, but we have the potential to reach the golden age at this point if we continue down the same path, but we still have this threat of communism hanging over our shoulder, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to build off of what Ian said, and I agree with everything Ian said, we're laying the foundation for, I think, the best time ever in American history. And I think Iran, that has been a problem forever. That's been a problem since, the IRGC and the Ayatollah took power there. And that's going to, propel us forward in stabilizing the world. But when it comes to can the golden age be squandered? Absolutely. Yep. If these Democrats win, and there's two groups of Democrats now, there are quote unquote moderate Democrats who are just as radical. They just aren't openly radical and openly communist. And then you have DSA-backed radical communist candidates running as Democrats. These two groups, if they get in charge, if they take power, they will undo everything the Trump administration has done. They will prosecute Republicans, and they will open the borders back up, allowing more millions of illegal immigrants back into the country. And what that'll do is it'll make it impossible for a Republican to ever win again. So if we let these radical candidates take power, there will never be a golden age. America will never reach its full potential.
Yes,
the
great point.
only option we have is to vote for Republicans and to put pressure on Republicans to represent American interests, our interests, the interests that President Trump spoke about that nobody was speaking about. Illegal immigration, affordability. People give Mamdani credit for affordability. You know who spoke about it first? President Trump in 2016. So I think we need to put pressure on Republicans to continue representing us as MAGA Republicans. but we also need to vote Republican because if the Democrats get in, they are standing against Western society right now.
I also want to add, I do think that the fact that the DSA is having so much success within the Democratic Party actually benefits MAGA and actually benefits Republicans, because we just saw in Michigan how close was that race. And Haley Stevens was by no means an exciting candidate, but she lost by, a percentage. And that just proves that people are terrified of the DSA. People are terrified of communism, and they're willing to vote in response to that. Democrats are responding to the threat of communism now, and hopefully, Republicans can seize that momentum and convert independents.
But this is why I think it's so important to put pressure on Republicans too, because young people who are going to be voting for the first time in many cases, they would rather cling to a bad solution than no solution. We have people, congressional Republicans at times, telling people to eat ramen like I did. Guess who isn't saying that? DSA-backed candidates. You know what they're talking about? The problems that young people have. The fact that it's too expensive to buy a house. The fact that young people can't start families. The fact that childcare is unaffordable. The fact that they don't have health care. These are all problems. And as a Republican, I think that we need less government interference to fix the problems. But I still think they're important problems that we need to address. And when we see Republicans, congressional Republicans, who kind of hopped on the MAGA bandwagon late when they saw that they had to speak down to people and speak to people like their problems aren't relevant or important, that's the perfect way to lose elections to Democrats that are speaking to the problems.
Yes.
You should not be in government if you don't care about people's problems.
I mean, it goes to the whole burrito gate that we're seeing right now. That's what you referenced there was Dan Crenshaw's tweet where he talks about going and get ramen like we all did in college. And I mean, you're minimizing a really very prominent issue for young people, and that's affordability. And it opens up the... I mean, for people like Elizabeth Warren to make waves, like responding to Burrito Gate, take a watch.
There's a debate online right now on whether or not a burrito costs $20. Like if you go to a place like Chipotle or something, some conservatives are saying that's, if you're paying that much, you're going to some fancy restaurant. Some people are like, no, I go to Chipotle all the time. It costs $20. So my question to you, is a burrito $20 these days?
Oh, man.
Like, who cares, first off? It's so stupid.
Burrito?
But then it opens the door for Democrats to...
There's no debate. There's a fact question here. All you got to do is look at the facts.
She's so annoying.
There are a lot of things I'll debate.
America's mother-in-law is
If they're charging $20, they're charging $20.
I mean, I go to Chipotle.
But here you go. This is the political move from Elizabeth Warren. It's smart. She makes a smart political move. Here, take a listen. Ready?
God forbid we want a second scoop of meat. You're definitely going over 20 there.
You may be right.
But what do we do to bring down these prices?
Well, we can bring down these prices by stopping the war in Iran so that we are not driving up the cost of all of our groceries. Everything that has to move through a truck, the gasoline prices drive up the cost of groceries. We can also roll back the illegal tariffs that are driving up the cost of avocados and we can break up our meat cartel that is driving up the cost of meat. There's a lot that the Trump administration could do to lower prices, but instead, what they're doing is raising prices. And you know what? It shows up in your burrito.
So if we stop...
And that's a politically savvy move that she just had.
Her wing of the party, though, she puts on a good mask, but her wing of the party would rather have us eating organic material, meat-like substances, cockroach meat. I mean,
bugs.
They want us to eat bugs, people.
They want to feed us bugs. And now they actually have the nerve to LARP about burrito prices. And this is the thing. This is why I dislike the comment about eating ramen so much. It's because Republicans, they will lower costs. If you give Republicans enough time, and if you enact Republican policies like lower taxes, less regulation on businesses, prices go down, and they go down organically, and you allow for competition.
And I just want to also add that the debate about, fast food being expensive is, if you are in a position where, you don't have the ability to pay $20 for a burrito, you shouldn't be eating at Chipotle. And that's just the reality of the situation. Yeah. I mean, sometimes, it feels good to have some fast food here and there. But again, people's priorities are upside down, especially young people's. And Democrats realize this, and they're able to exploit that. And they're like, we're going to make your Chipotle burrito less expensive. When in reality, it's Chipotle's corporate structure and Chipotle that is dictating those prices and price signals. And what you could do is go to a grocery store, learn how to cook, and make yourself a burrito. I mean, that's call me a little on the nose with that, but it's true.
I'll push back a little bit, though, because I feel like this burrito gate has turned into almost a mockery of affordability. And I feel Republicans are sending themselves back into a corner by essentially, I think this kind of minimizes the debate. I'd rather JD out there, rather talking, pushing back about Thiessen's burrito comments, I'd rather him, embrace the issue and say, hey, look, this is a real issue, and this is why the Trump administration is doing such a good job. We're in progress of fixing the issue. This is what we've done.
I think we need to be able to differentiate from like conservative policies and then, policies and wartime. Right now, we're in a war with Iran, and that has the consequence of Iran can no longer have a nuclear weapon, which is super important. We're also taking out a destabilizing force in the world, and prices might increase a little bit because of that. But in the long term, after that's settled, prices will go down. So I think we need to kind of isolate the affordability conversation to what policies affect affordability in the long term and take out like factors like Iran. And the bottom line is that DSA policies, radical left policies, they hurt affordability. They make things more expensive. Mm-hmm. And not only that, if you take them to the extreme, which is often like the argument with Democrats, we haven't done enough. Well, if you do everything they want and you end up in a communist society, people not only have a hard time affording burritos, but they starve.
Yeah.
Because the burrito ingredients literally aren't available on the market. So I want to see Republicans embrace this affordability conversation and say, look, I care. I do care about your life. I care about the fact that you want to start a family, that you might want to go eat at Chipotle, that, meat prices are a little bit more expensive. And I want to fix those problems for you. And I want to fix them in a way that your grandkids and great-grandchildren still live in the greatest country on earth. That needs to be the messaging.
The problem, I will say, though, is that a lot of young people just realistically they're aimless. They walk through this world and they think the extent of their existence should be waking up, going to work, getting Chipotle, and coming home, and just doing that and rinse and repeat. And we have lost such an important aspect of what it means to be an American, and that's the drive, the ambition that comes with that. And I will say, yes, the economic environment has made it a lot harder to, lean into those things that make America great. And if we could really reset the culture and bring people back to reality, and not everything is doom and gloom. I'll never be able to afford a house. I'm going to be a lifetime renter. If we could reset the culture to be more rewarding of people who go out into the world and take risks and live off of, a credit card so they could build something. I think that would be a good thing. I think we would have, good people in charge, and we would advance our society, Western society, pretty far.
I want to talk about something personal to Ian and I too. When we started Surge Philly about a year ago at this point, we had no money.
No money.
We couldn't go to Chipotle. What we would do every day is we would go to Dunkin' Donuts and we would get 2 $6 meal deals. And they comprised of 2 wake-up wraps and like a medium coffee.
It's my morning lunch.
And we would do that for food every day. And then we would spend the rest of the day making videos.
Mm-hmm.
And we did that for months at a time. Months and months before we had any success and we were actually able to go to the pizza parlor and get like a chicken Caesar wrap or something. But
that's how you measured your success, what you were eating. For
legitimately, though, Dan, when we would make a video and it would get over $12 in RPM, we would look at each other and be like, "That's breakfast." You know what I mean?
That's
we're
food.
Able to eat.
Yeah.
And it's like sometimes you have to do crazy things. Like it's so outrageous and like explaining like, "Oh yeah, we worked." To scrounge our quarters together so we can make these videos in Frank's middle room. Telling that to somebody at that point in time, they would have looked at us and called us crazy and stupid and
get a job.
And the idea is that society doesn't reward builders anymore. And I think we need to get back to that. I think people will, because I just want to say, some people live like that on the daily basis without building anything. You know what I mean? They go to Dunkin' Donuts and they sit around and they scrounge their quarters together, and it's like, oh, woe is me. I can't do anything. I can't afford anything other than a $6 meal at Dunkin' Donuts.
Bitch and moan on the internet.
Well, that's what we did. We for lack of a better term, bitch and moaned on the internet, and it worked out. So I mean,
yeah, you monetized it.
Yeah. But
to bring it back though, like you talked about the culture, Ian, and what enabled us, what animated us to live off a $6 meal deal from Dunkin' for months, while everybody thought we were kind of crazy or didn't see the vision that we had. It was the belief in America, the belief in what America could be, and the fact that we thought we saw and we did see problems in Philadelphia and the world that we could fix using our voices. That animated us and motivated us to, eat the $6 meal deal and work all day with no other reward. The reward was actually doing the work, and if we can get more kids, young people, to kind of see a vision, to be motivated to put into practice what they think the world should be in their heads and take, steps to do that, we're going to have a better society.
Yeah.
And I think the burrito conversation kind of gets outdated.
Yeah.
So what we're missing in society, what young people miss, and what you guys just captured in your words. United States, America, if you look at any country in the world, we're still the land of opportunity. And you have people on the left who complain, and that's why I say bitch and moan. I was more, focusing on those on the left. They'll sit there on Reddit and complain all day that I don't have money, I can't get a job. But meanwhile, we live in a world of opportunity, in a land of opportunity where you guys
can create your own job.
You can create your own job.
Yeah.
You can get out there. You can do it. If you just didn't sit there on your ass on Reddit all day and complain about it.
And you really can do it. And there are some problems. I don't want Republicans, especially elected Republicans who represent the party, to turn a blind eye to those problems. But you know what fixes the problem of not being able to support yourself by delivering food on DoorDash? You know what the real fundamental issue is? Illegal migration.
100%.
We've had millions of illegal immigrants pour into our country and steal jobs from lower class Americans, and not only steal their jobs, but destroy their livelihoods. If we actually care about poor people and people who need to scrounge quarters to get food, then we should deport every illegal migrant that's in this country.
Some strong words there, but words that Trump agrees with and Stephen Miller agree with. And we'll get into a big move from the Oval Office yesterday and just another example of Republicans, the Trump administration, protecting the needs of Americans, America first. So we'll get into that. Some other things going on. Rich Scioli about to be on Fox News. He has an upcoming Fox appearance, but Senator Cassidy right now is announcing his Blanche decision. He's going to vote yes on the Blanche nomination. So Rich has not been on Fox yet. I think he's probably been bumped for a couple minutes while they figure this out. But Rich Scioli will be joining us live, and maybe we'll bump into his appearance when he's on there. And we still have this Trump interview, this exclusive interview from this morning. We'll get into the weeds a little bit more on the midterms, on the future of conservatism, republicanism, and I really want to focus. There's been a lot of pushback in leftist media on the whole move against birth tourism, birthright citizenship that Stephen Miller had, spearheaded with Trump. And there's a good reason for what they're doing. And we're going to shine a very strong magnifying glass on it. So maybe we have Rich, maybe we do that, but stick with us here on the Dawn Stensland Show. Dano in producing. I'm with Serge Philly, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Frank, where can we find you again, sir?
So go to surgemedia.us. That's our website. You can go there. We're going to have merch very soon.
Merch!
Maybe today we're going to have merch. But for now, just go to surgemedia.us. Check us out. You can also go to Surge Philly on all social media
platforms. I got to
platforms.
ask, the merch, what are we talking? Are we talking like Republican shorts?
Not yet. So wait, I need to get up for the YouTube chat. I'm actually in the most Republican shorts ever. And you could just
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT as Frank shows off his shorts.
Yeah, there it is.
Do we see the Republican?
Dude, you're short. All right, put your stand up
back
straight. Yeah, move back a little bit towards
Yeah.
the window. Now put your hands down straight.
Okay. Let's see. Do I pass it?
Okay, so you'd be okay for if you were a girl in a Catholic school.
Well, that's the real test, right? That's how we got to measure them. I actually see the guy
shorts.
in salmon colored shorts earlier, but they were too long. They got to be the right length. They can't be shorter than they can't.
Is it like a Jeep? Is it like a Jeep thing when you pass someone in salmon shorts, you give them a high five, or you wave at them?
No, more like a look of disapproval.
Yeah. He wasn't
only
wearing
enough
them right.
room in this town for one salmon short wear. All right, guys, we'll be back on the other side. Dawn Stensland Show, Dano in the host seat, Dan Borowski, her producer. See you on the other side.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat.
Bonjour, monsieur. Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy. Pardon, vous avez dit un chat? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat. Chat. Please, I'm so itchy. Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Mathis, j'ai un client qui demande un chat. Oh, my goodness. I thank you. Just a chat, really just a...
Voilà.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/radio. That's legacybox.com/radio.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute. The 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11 millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of 1 per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
The Working Families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, a beautiful Friday morning. Dan Borowski, producer Dan. What's my Twitter handle? That's what I'm trying to get out there. Big Dan, producer Big Dan. There it is, producer Big Dan on Twitter.
Big Dan.
Yeah, go find me. Sorry, I had to pull it up there. But here with Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis of Surge Philadelphia. Hey guys, how you doing?
How you doing, Dano?
I'm doing fantastic. Hour number 2, we're still rating Rich on Fox News. He has not appeared. I don't know if he's been bumped. Maybe we'll hear from him. But we do have another friend from New Jersey checking in, Ed and Delray. And Ed, what's up, brother?
Dawn Stensler is always the right way to go. You know I love her show.
So are you saying that I'm not doing a good job there, Ed?
Oh, no. Dan always got the right plan. It's easy to understand.
Dan with the plan.
Do you have a rhyme that a poem that rhymes with McGinnis?
McGinnis.
We need to call out Eminem for this one.
McGinnis must be in the book of Guinness.
You can't rhyme Guinness with Guinness there, Ed.
That's a good one, now. I'll take it.
I know. Well, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
You got to give me time on that one, man.
Oh, man. Ed Delray, love you, brother. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week.
You too, man. Great to hear you guys.
All right, thank you. Hey, so we'll hear from Rich soon. He's going up to the Grand Hotel, or going down to the Grand Hotel in Cape May. So go check him out live if you're heading down there. Hello. Thanks for listening to 1210 WPHT. So, guys, I want to get into an interview on Punchbowl News. Do you want to go there, or do you want to do the birthright citizenship first? Because you guys seem really yearning to talk about immigration.
I'm cool with whatever, Dan.
Whatever.
You're Big Dano. You're running the show here.
Oh wait, hold on. Actually, let me give me 1 sec. Talk for a sec between yourselves.
Hello.
Check.
1210 WPHT. 1210
The best show ever.
WPHT.
1210 WPHT.
The Dano Show. Hello.
All right, thank you. Thank you for vamping there for a second. I got Rich Cioli on the line. Rich, what happened, man? We were waiting for you on Fox. We were going to bump in live. Did you get bumped for that Blanche crap?
I got bumped for Blanche.
Oh.
Bumped for the exciting Senator Bill Cassidy, who put all of us to sleep.
No, please.
And they forgot to cut away from him.
Brother, we've been busy on air having some fun here, talking about ideological subversion, other topics, young Republicans. Can you give us a rundown as to what just happened with Blanche there?
Yeah, well, Bill Cassidy gave this dramatic speech about Todd Blanche, the Attorney General nominee, the acting Attorney General, and it looked like he was going to vote no, and they went on and on and on, and then he said, but I'll vote yes. So that's what happened, and he's going to get confirmed now as Attorney General, but they made it all big to do about nothing, and they're saying that it's all about this weaponization fund where they were going to create a $1.8 billion fund to reimburse people who were the targets of government weaponization. And that did not go over well with the Republican senators for the most part, the more squishy ones, And they said he had to drop it, and he did. He dropped it, but they were still kind of being babies about it. But he'll be confirmed. And I missed out on talking about the riveting topic I was supposed to talk about, Dan, which is it ever okay for men to wear shorts in the workplace.
No. Is that
That'll
really?
be a great conversation.
That chimes right where we're talking about actually today, Rich, too. But is that seriously the topic you're talking about there?
I swear, it was me and Brianna Lyman from the Federalist, the elections correspondent from the Federalist, and our topic was, should men ever wear shorts in the workplace?
Love that.
And Aisha Hosni's filling in for Dana, so she goes, Rich, where do you stand on shorts in the workplace? And I said, hell no, Aisha. And she said, all right, good, me too. And then the other topic was going to be, I guess, these tech bros. They offered, if you got a tattoo of the company logo, Lemon Lime, they would give you a job interview if you agreed to get a tattoo.
Just a job interview?
Right, not a job interview.
Wow. Wait, take me behind the scenes then. So when they set you up for a Fox News interview, they have tons of producers. They have great prep that they do. Is it like a night before thing that they send you the sheet, they allow you to get your opinions in order, or is it something that you kind of just get handed as you're about to walk on air?
No, it's the morning of, usually like around 7 a.m. They send over the topics of the day. And then they're subject to change, obviously. And that show, Newsroom, actually has a good track record of actually getting on. But a lot of the shows that go on during the middays, like America Reports and Martha McCallum, you get bumped a lot more because that's when the president comes out and he gives his speeches from the Oval Office, the Resolute Desk. So we live in this just constant age of breaking news, you know?
I mean, Philadelphia...
As you know, you produce a major show, so...
Philadelphia loves your humor, Rich. You do stand-up sometimes, and I'm assuming, is that kind of what... Have you ever heard why Fox News has gravitated toward Rich Zeoli? I mean, I think you originally started going on as like a Philadelphia expert, but you've kind of blossomed into a regular contributor. I hate to ask the guy himself what it is. I think I know what it is, but what is it that they keep calling you for?
I've been told I'm a sexy beast.
Oh, you are.
That's what they've said. Yeah, that's come on down from the family itself. You know, no, I have no friggin' clue. I think they're just desperate. I can't think of another reason for it. But we don't talk about Philly ever. Like when they have Philly topics now, they bring on other people. They don't even bring me on. I love that. I just talk about national stuff now. So,
I love that. And
kind of cool.
Yeah, no, and the reason why I ask is I think when they send you topics like short shorts or men in shorts in the workplace, I think a producer says, you know, in the meeting, that's Rich. We got to call Rich. And I think it's your quick wit. It's your quick responses that really shine. So it's always amazing to see you on there, brother. Real quick, Rich Zeoli today is sponsored by Veneria Dental. It's not about cost. It's about care and commitment to dental excellence. Schedule your appointment with Dr. Mike today. Get a level of care that you deserve. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com. Rich, I'm here with two citizen journalists that you're familiar with, Surge Philly, Surge Media, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. And it's funny you say this.
Those guys.
Oh, well,
Rich, how you doing?
You, Rich.
That's very nice.
What's up, guys?
We need to get in a pair of short shorts, so.
Yeah, you can't see right now, but we've been talking. Frank is wearing the shortest shorts I've ever seen a man wear.
I don't know about that.
God.
Listen, they're still longer than the arm span, which is the most important part, right? You can't go shorter than that.
And he's technically in a workplace. So, Rich, what were your thoughts that you were going to unleash on the world for men wearing shorts in the workplace?
Well, Dan, what I was going to say was shorts are never okay in the workplace, ever by a dude, because nobody wants to see your man legs, ever. Under no circumstances are they ever okay. Cover up.
Hold on. I have a counter, my friend.
Yes.
I have a count. Before you go forward, I want to plug this too. He's going to the Grand Hotel in Cape May. He's going to be live there. That is technically a workplace. So, Rich, are you saying you're not going to wear shorts to Cape May?
No, I'm not. I'm wearing jeans, and I'm going to wear jeans for the show because I'm at work.
He's consistent.
Because I'm an adult.
No, you don't.
I'm not a child.
But I feel like when you get down the shore, I think it's more appropriate to wear shorts in Cape May than it would be jeans, no matter the situation. I think that supersedes wearing shorts in a workplace. So I think you're like when I go down to Mulligan's, I'm always wearing shorts because I think it looks ridiculous to wear jeans when I'm in a shore town. So how are you prioritizing wearing jeans?
I get it. And I do agree there's an exception for the Jersey Shore or any beach town. In fact, jeans should be frowned upon. You should wear either like linen or poplin or, something like that, seersucker. But I just didn't have the ability to pack a change of clothes. So I had to go. I'm going in my work clothes. You know what I mean? I did bring a polo, but that's
fabric aficionado.
Yeah, I just couldn't be changing into shorts, and I just, you know what I mean? And my wife has my clothes because we're going on vacation tomorrow.
Shorts are they don't take much space. You can throw them in a book bag. And
I know. I just don't have good legs, though. And I never, you guys remember the Sopranos episode where Tony's having a barbecue in the backyard.
Don never
he's
wears
cooking
shorts.
burgers and dogs. Remember that? And Don never wears shorts.
That's a classic
exactly.
one. It's a classic one.
That's a classic line. And I believe that today. That changed my life when I saw that episode. Don doesn't wear shorts. You suck up the heat. You suck it up.
So let me ask, man. You're up in New York, I guess, for the hit. You're getting in the car. You said you have kind of a time crunch here. Are you driving now straight down the Parkway to Cape May from Fox?
Yeah, we're going right to Cape May. Straight shot.
Huh.
Straight shot. And then Bridget and the kids are coming later.
So encapsulate.
Tomorrow we're leaving. We're going on the ferry across the bay, and then we're going to drive down to Virginia. So we basically, like, she's packing and putting the dog in his little, pet resort camp for the week, and then she's getting all the kids together, and then she's driving to the Grand Hotel, and I'm going down there right now so I could be there by 3.
And you're going to the
so
dark
we're
state
racing down the turnpike.
And you're heading off to Delaware. Why would you ever go to Delaware?
No, I'm passing through Delaware to get to Virginia Beach. That's all we're doing.
That's much better. So contextualize what's going on, man. I mean, you're down at the Grand Hotel Cape May, one of the great locations down there at the shore. What's happening today? When are you going to be there? When can people find you? Where can people find you?
All right, so it's my triumphant return to afternoon drive, 3 to 6 p.m., one day only today at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, which is right across from the ocean, and it's a beautiful hotel, and the show today is free. Just come on by. There'll be a bar and great people from our YouTube family and our 1210 family and the Zioli Army. Everybody's going to be there hanging out, having fun. So if you've never been to a live show before, you definitely want to be there because they go off the rails. And then if you have been, people have been there like 6 times, 7 times. People say, I've never missed a show. So we want you to be there and have fun. And Frank and Ian, you guys should come and go viral from there.
I think
viral clip.
Dan, I think you could finish the show up by yourself, right? I think we're going to head down to Cape May.
I think we might be going down to the Grand Hotel.
You guys have a car? You're just going to ride your bike down there like it's been to the shore again? Or?
We're going to have to finish the short debate. Yeah, well, I'll ride the bike down there. Ian will ride the bike, and we'll be down to Cape May.
I love it, Rich. I implore people to go check you out because what you do is better than nobody else. You build the Zioli Army when you're here at 1210 WPHT. You build a community, and because of that, you get regulars like Chris Eppolito, Road Warrior, Sarah Weiss, people we talk about every day on the station. They become characters on the station, largely thanks to Rich Zioli, and because of that, the loyalty still remains. I don't know if Chris is going to be down there, but as you said, you can meet a lot of people from the station. That's what you're referring to. The great community we built here. So if you hear names, you can put faces to those names. It's a pretty amazing thing. That's one of the greatest things I used to hear when we did Mulligans with Dom. People coming down and meeting people face to face, and it's just it's great camaraderie. Check it out. These guys are commenting.
It really is.
These guys are commenting. Gary asks, "Are you wearing Crocs with your jeans today?"
Not today, buddy. Not today.
Great.
But I may have to. If I have time, I'll probably stop in and buy a pair of shorts because I should have brought them. There
are plenty of stores to buy shorts. That's for sure. And then just some other comments.
Maybe I'll just wear my boxers during the show.
I mean, I think a lot of
those are shorts, right? Technically,
your lady listeners might like that.
Now, I don't know. I feel like Crocs are a little bit worse than shorts.
I like Crocs.
I'm not a fan of Crocs. I'm not a fan of Crocs. It's just something about them. I used to wear Crocs.
They're versatile, though.
And a lot of things are versatile.
I don't know
you know
that.
what I mean?
I mean, your generation likes to think they're versatile, but they look like crap in any
You got
situation.
the band on the back. All you got to do is pull it up, and then you're in sport mode. You could go running if you want, and then you take them off. You're in relaxation mode.
We know Rich is the arbiter of all fashion advice.
True.
We got a morning show host, Nick Cale, who likes to wear flip-flops to work, in addition to shorts sometimes. So I got to ask, on the scale of ridiculousness, where do Crocs lie against flip-flops?
I mean, Crocs.
Well, they're still better than flip-flops because you don't see hairy man toes, and that's really the problem with flip-flops. And Nick Cale has some of the most disgusting feet of any man in the world. Like, it's been documented by the Smithsonian, as a matter of fact, before they went woke. And so his feet should never be shown in public, and I believe there's a restraining order against his feet from being shown in public. So at least the Crocs would cover that part up. But still, man, you got to have support as you're a man. What happens if you got to go rescue somebody? You're running in Crocs. You got to be ready.
Put them in sport
mode. You got to
mode.
be ready for the end of the world.
David Hasselhoff and Baywatch running in Crocs. So when you're going to the beach with the family, Rich, are you wearing Crocs or flip-flops? Or are you going into your shoes?
I wear dress loafers on the beach. Yeah, I do John Fetterman actually started wearing a suit, so I started wearing a suit at the beach in honor of John Fetterman for finally dressing like a big boy. So, I love that. I'm just trying to support him. It's great style, yeah. I'm wearing a tuxedo today, Dan.
Yeah.
John Fetterman
I'm
might
not
need
a
to bring up
farmer.
a sword.
Show up the Fox in a full-on tuxedo like you're going to a black tie affair.
Or just Crocs.
What about a suit jacket and suit top, but then you have dress shorts? What about that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're 10 like Patrick or 12 like Patrick, it totally works. Absolutely. Yes.
There were some Sperry's.
My son, my sixth grader, definitely can rock that look. No doubt.
Chris says Crocs get a bad rap. No footwear is more comfortable. Man, my nephews are a junior and going in freshman in high school, and they only wear Crocs all the time, and I don't get it because my generation, which came just before theirs, thought they were the corniest things ever, reserved only for nurses and hospitals. So it's a strange situation out there. Rich, if I could make it down to Cape May, I'd be there in a heartbeat, but I can't make it down. But
we'd love to have you, Big Dan. We'd love to have you.
I highly implore everybody to go check it out. Do you have the script for your Veneria read there by chance?
I got it memorized by heart, buddy, because he's my dentist.
You tell me all about him.
Mama Zioli discovered him, Dan, after she was there on the ground observing the spy balloon being shot down and blown up. She went right to Dr. Mike after that.
That's a heck of a thing to witness.
Oh, you didn't witness that?
Yeah.
Oh, she saw the whole thing there.
I think they're blowing it up.
I believe it was an F-22 that shot that down, right?
Yeah, Mama Zioli actually shot it down. She had a bazooka.
Yeah, she was kind when she did it. This is actually what she said afterwards.
Oh, be careful, baby.
All right, tell us about your dentist there, Rich.
All right, so Dr. Mike is a great guy. He's known as the master of implant dentistry and complex dental procedures, and other doctors and dentists send their patients to Dr. Mike. And these are guys with big egos who want to make sure that their patients are happy, and they've been doing that for over 12 years. So they're not going to keep doing that unless Dr. Mike Veneria delivers time and again, and he does. There are two offices for you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury, both right over the bridge, easy to get to from anywhere, and it's worth taking the drive because there are a lot of chain dental offices out there now, and they're concerned about one thing, and that is cost. Dr. Mike Veneria is concerned about your care and compassion, and that's why I go see him. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from him last year when she had her veneers replaced with beautiful caps. Patrick, Claire, and Reagan go see him, and the entire Zioli family is very, very happy. And you'll love talking to the guy. He's a great guy, great music playing in the office. The whole staff is caring and compassionate, and there is simply no one better at giving you the smile of your dreams than Dr. Mike Veneria. So go to veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com. Make your appointment today. You'll thank me, and you deserve a beautiful smile. veneriadental.com. And he never wears Crocs or shorts in the office. So.
And get down there to the Grand Hotel in Cape May. See Rich Zioli live. Rich, again, what time does that start?
3 to 6 p.m., buddy.
Love it, man.
Old school afternoon drive show.
Woo, we're back. Rich Zioli is back at 3. We'll see you then, Rich, and thank you so much for joining us, sir.
All right, gentlemen, have a great day.
All right, Rich.
Have a safe drive. All right, we'll be right back on the Dano takeover of the Dawn Stenslin Show. I'm, if you're just joining us, Dan Borowski, Dawn Stenslin producer. A long time. I've been here for 10-plus years at WPHT, kind of floating in different roles.
The veteran.
Yeah, now I do a lot of video work behind the scenes, but you'll see me from time to time on the station. But hello, good to meet you. And the other guys you hear there, you didn't hear much that segment. You'll hear them a lot more in this next segment as we delve into what happened in the Oval Office yesterday concerning birthright citizenship. But you got Frank, you got Ian McGinnis, Frank Scales, Surge Philly, Surge Media. I like to plug you guys every second that I can in case we just have like a person tuning in for 3 minutes. That's how I do it when
we appreciate that,
hop
Dan.
in the car. So where can these people find you again?
If anybody would like to support us, you could go to surgemedia.us, or you could just go to Surge Philly on any social media platform, and you'll find all of our content there.
Let's get into birth tourism after the break. Shocking stuff. Maisie, my wife, not even that political, but I showed her this footage yesterday, and she was dumbfounded. You will be too. Stick with us. Dan Borowski and for Dawn Stenslin, 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210 to call in, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to join us in the chat. See you on the other side.
Let's do it.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
For 50 incredible years, Merrill Reese has been behind the microphone, calling unforgettable game day moments and creating memories for generations of Birds fans. United Tire and Service is proud to congratulate Merrill on this historic milestone and thank him for 5 decades of passion, excitement, and legendary calls. Congratulations, Merrill, from all your friends at United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank introduced a mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the results, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, some Bad Bunny for your Friday afternoon. I'm not sure we hear that too often here on the 1210 WPHT.
That's definitely a first for me.
Yeah? Are you a fan of Bad Bunny there? Either of you guys?
He has a couple good songs, but I don't listen to him regularly. No.
Yeah. This is the only song I like, and I think it's because it's produced by the Gorillaz, and I'm obsessed with the Gorillaz.
The Gorillaz, yeah,
I love the Gorillaz.
I like that.
It's a great song. I mean, this is really good, but most of
I just wish I could
trash.
understand it, you know?
Yeah, but also it's the same beat that he uses for everything that you hear from boom parties that really
it's like the
bother me.
reggaeton, repetitive, drum line.
You kind of have it here a little bit with this song, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you also have the, ethereal kind of noises of the Gorillaz.
It makes me feel like I'm on a bus headed to the Fajardo rainforest in Puerto Rico, which is an awesome experience. I recommend anybody to go to the rainforest in Puerto Rico.
Oh, you're actually talking from experience.
Yes, yeah, that brings me right back to the bumpy bus ride through the middle of Puerto Rico to
and
get
Bad Bunny's
to the
from
rainforest.
Puerto Rico, too, so it's in line there.
Yeah. People are saying they're glad they couldn't hear it on YouTube. Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's why you listen on this station. Give us those ratings,
Well, you definitely heard it during the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, you did. Hey, so I'm playing that music because, Bad Bunny's obviously, he's from Puerto Rico, but there's been a lot of conversation around illegal immigration. And, guys, this is something that Maisie's not very political at all, but yesterday I was doing prep for this show, and I was kind of breaking down this press conference yesterday that Trump had concerning an executive order spearheaded by Stephen Miller concerning birth tourism and birthright citizenship. So I want to take the listeners through a chronological tour of what we're talking about here. So back in 2020, Trump signed an executive order, right, specifically aiming at birth tourism that would prevent people from obtaining a travel visa, a tourism visa, if they had the desire to have birth in the United States. I mean, it's common sense, but he kind of solidified what that policy was, and he put it on the front end. And then you had some Supreme Court conversations about birthright citizenship, and that kind of muddied the waters a little bit here about birth tourism again. And then Trump now announces the back end. What's going to happen is birthright citizenship is going to be taken away from those who come even retroactively. If they find out that you came here to have birth on, United States soil, just so your child can have citizenship and so you can have the fast track to green cards, you're gonna be held accountable for it. And I think that's a great idea, but let's go to the Oval Office before I get your guys' thoughts just to hear what Trump had to say about it, followed by Stephen Miller. Take a listen.
At the Supreme Court, John Sauer, the Solicitor General, did not have an answer as to how many individuals take advantage of birth tourism. Is there a number that you
I'll tell you right now, hundreds of thousands, okay? Hundreds of thousands. You have one man came in with a family, said he had 56 children. Another one came in, they said they had 98 children. This was not what it was for. This was meant for the babies of slaves. It was right after 1 week or 2 weeks after the Civil War ended. This wasn't for wealthy multi-millionaires, billionaires coming in and bringing 15, 20, 30 children along with them. It's become a big business, and we're ending that business.
So birth tourism is by definition a fraud on the American system, on the American taxpayer, on the American visa. If you're coming here, and again, your stated purpose is that you're a tourist, then by definition, you are here to come for a few weeks, look what we have, engage in commerce, and leave. So if you're telling a consular officer you're here as a tourist, but your true purpose and intent is to go to a baby mill, give birth, and try to mint an American citizen while you're here, and you're committing a fraud against the American government. And by definition, that visa can and should and will be now denied.
It's a great move, and you hear mint an American citizen, strong words, but that's really what's happening.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in a second, but I want to pause here to get thoughts from Frank and Ian. Frank and Ian of Surge Philly, Surge Media, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Great move here by Trump, right, guys?
I think so. I think that, it's important to go after birth tourism and make sure that, the benefits of America are reserved for Americans. I'm just interested to see how many people will face justice for that. How will it be enforced? What are the next steps there? But I'm sure the administration has it figured out and they're ready to roll with that.
I think I know how you do it. Frank, sorry, I'll pause. Give you your thoughts first.
Yeah, I mean, Ian said something that I think is really important that we need to address, which is, what does it mean to be an American?
Mm-hmm.
Is an American somebody who was simply born here? Well, I think that's a pretty soulless view of what an American is. And that kind of is the reason why we see so many young people who don't have hope, who don't have
100%.
a vision for our country, because they've been told that America is only a place, an economic
zone, yeah.
A country that oppresses its people. I think America is much more than that. I think America is an idea, American exceptionalism. It's the ability to be a citizen here. What an American citizen can do is build a business, contribute to society, be free and independent, not be a subject of a government, but actually be their own king. That's what it means to be an American. And we have Supreme Court justices who say that, the founders, this monolith of the founders, said that everybody born here is free, and that's what they're upholding by opposing, Trump's crackdown on this. But Federalist 2, written by John Jay, says something different. It says that America is a shared culture, shared language, shared values. And I think that's how we need to move forward. And I think when people think about that and American culture, then this idea that people come here to have babies and mint American citizens is ludicrous.
Yeah. John Jay actually speaks negatively of those who aren't invested in the American system and says that America could collapse if people come into the system who have antithetical views. He actually says that the system doesn't work as intended if that's the case. So for Chief Justice John Roberts and the other Supreme Court justices to try to speak on behalf of the framers and the founders and, like Frank said, refer to them as this monolith, like they weren't individuals with beliefs, it's disingenuous and it's dishonest and it's actually offending. It's offensive to the founders.
And it's ironic that we have a whole, half of this country who diminishes the American dream. And we were talking about it last hour. And America, and meanwhile, you have an entire industry of people sending mothers here to give birth so they get American citizenship, so they can have the opportunity that us young people are afforded. It's amazing.
And another thing is, Dan, it goes beyond birth tourism, and the biggest, outside of birth tourism is a lot of medical tourism. A lot of people come from third world countries, from countries that have socialized healthcare and
long waits.
Yeah, and they come here. They spend the money and they come here and they get health care. And more often than not, it's quality care and we subsidize it.
Do. It's bold.
And,
I almost said the bad word.
Yeah. And, it's just interesting to see the parallels between the two sorts of, quote unquote tourism avenues. And the fact that people at home just conveniently forget about the fact that people are legitimately coming here to get the best medical health care.
Legitimately doing that. I'm going to stop you there. I mean, you're making a fantastic point, but we'll continue your point after this because I want to bring back, this is funny, this is a name you haven't heard in a while, Brian Williams, NBC News 2013. So what's that, 13 years ago? This has been a common issue that at one point, media was shining a spotlight on, and they actually went to one of these baby mills and showed viewers what it was like. So I want to show our listeners and take our listeners inside one of these baby mills. Take a watch.
The same thing is happening across the country, on the outskirts of New York City. And we're about to get a tour of what few Americans have ever seen. The owner, Katie, agreed to show us around, but asked us not to use her last name.
All right, you show me the way. I don't know.
Okay, let me show you the baby room.
So all the babies are upstairs, right?
Yes, right now the baby is upstairs.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to pause it here in a second because this made my wife gasp when they showed this image.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back just a sec. Actually, they'll show it again here.
Look at all these babies.
He's big baby.
It's literally a baby mill.
Yeah. So what they're showing right now is you can kind of see it there, but they just walked into this house in New York City, and in the upstairs in one of the bedrooms is about 15 baby.
Like bassinets?
Yeah. Why can't I think of the word when I have a baby at home? Baby bassinets holding infants, newborns, just sitting there. And you're like, where's the parents? My wife's like, all these babies.
They look unattended.
They do, right? They look unattended. It's dangerous for the babies. It's horrible for us American citizens. But Maisie's like, as a new mother, she goes, "What the hell is going on here?" You hear they're asked, where's the mom? Take a listen.
Yeah, she's 4 days old, right?
Yes.
And his name
She's
is?
born Lee.
So that says Lee right there?
Yes.
The wealthy Chinese parents of these babies have no intention of staying in the United States. They're here just to get American citizenship for their baby. As soon as they secure a U.S. birth certificate and passport for their newborn, they'll fly home to China, having spent as much as $30,000 on airfare, lodging, and medical expenses. So where's his mom right now?
Shopping.
It is instant American
Shopping.
citizenship.
No, she's really just having, a tourism vacation. She gives birth, and as she's recovering, we'll put him in one big room and, go enjoy the benefits that us Americans get and, go for a shopping trip.
Right now?
Yeah.
Shopping.
It is instant American citizenship, sold by an industry called birth tourism. There are no official numbers on how many women are doing this, but we discovered dozens of websites offering packages to expecting parents around the world. To sell the American ideal, they use images of American women, children, and babies. One website offers a resort-like experience complete with a swimming pool and tennis courts. The online ads promise children born in the U.S. receive free public school education, easier acceptance to colleges like UCLA and Harvard, U.S. jobs with no need for a work visa. And one of the most controversial selling points? It's an easier way for the whole family to get green cards, which allow them to become legal U.S. residents once the child turns 21.
And that's what you hear about those anchor babies.
And
that Trump often talks about.
And that's one angle, but you have to remember that in communist China, the people who have financial success are almost always in line with the Communist Chinese Party.
Yes.
Now, if you're the Communist Chinese Party and you have an adversary like America, and you figure out that adversary has a system where Chinese babies can become American citizens, what would you do? I know if I'm the Communist Chinese Party, I would send a bunch of my loyal people there, who are pregnant, have babies, have them get American citizenship, fly them back to China, and when they're old enough, have them go to American university.
National security.
Have them get high-paying jobs in America that require security clearances. Have them have all that because they got that American citizenship. So how much of it is people just want to get to America, get green cards, and experience the American dream that leftists and Democrats so often criticize? And how much of it is actually subversion from a foreign power that wants to spy on us?
I think that it's the latter. I think it's what Frank said, is that the birth tourism companies in particular, I think a lot of we're going to see the results of this years and years down the line when these kids grow up and they become high earners and they become in positions of power and they start rewriting the rules. And if they don't rewrite the rules, they're at the very least reporting back to the Chinese Communist Party. And I don't mean to get ahead of myself, but we see this. It begs the question, is, how Disney panders to woke people, how, all these American brands start and begin to pander to the woke. Is it ideological subversion? Is it a controlled demolition of iconic American brands and cultural institutions? I don't know. But this seems like it will perpetuate that for sure.
I mean, while we're on that, we were talking about ideological subversion, the perpetuation of division that we're seeing here. I wonder, I look at China, and you say here with birth tourism, but I look at this whole Perez Hilton situation. This guy almost commits suicide on a 30-minute live stream on TikTok, and TikTok leaves it up. They now say it's a human error of moderation is why that was allowed up so long, but young kids were watching a guy self-mutilate himself. I mean, that messes with people's brains. That gives them trauma. And I think China looks at something like that. They run TikTok. They see a situation where they might be able to cause trauma, and it benefits them as a country, as a company, to cause trauma on a lot of young people.
Yeah, and I think MAGA stands against a lot of that. And people conflate, capitalism and unchecked free market expansion, with the MAGA base and things like that. But what we're after isn't, this growth for no reason, make America an economic zone and just make us rich like that. It's patriotism versus capitalism. How can we further American values and American industries first? And this isn't one of those avenues. I'll tell you that. And it's very obvious that these people who are able to pay those premiums and come here and have kids, it's a lot different from the border hoppers and people who come here, from coyotes, which are cartel smugglers. They're coming here and they're doing essentially the same thing. It's birth tourism. They're having anchor babies, and then when they turn 21, they're going to petition the government to give their parents green cards.
It's a backdoor.
But this seems to be something else, something of a higher class, that these babies will eventually be educated, in China or even here. And they'll eventually get into our universities, into our institutions, maybe even into our government.
Maybe even run for president.
Exactly.
And
they're naturally born citizens.
Yeah. Kind of like Abdul al-Said. He's not from China, but again, somebody who can run for president in the future. But back to TikTok. When TikTok allows a video like that to circulate on their platform for long enough that people can screenshot it and screen record it and put it on other platforms, that's weird, because I know that when we were live streaming on TikTok and I said that women are women and men are men, we actually got banned from live streaming, and we got a strike on our account immediately. So
how quick was the turnaround from when you said it to when your page was?
2 minutes.
And that was, we literally, we don't even know how long, because as soon as we got off live.
It could have been instantaneously. It really could have been.
As soon as we got off live, we had a strike. So there's an automated system that strikes you immediately for saying things like men are men, but not when somebody commits self-harm on the platform. And just so people understand who might have not seen the video, this was not like a casual thing. This man bloodied himself. This was super bad for children.
The best way I've seen it described, he played his skin like a violin.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah, that's an image for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good, and it's crazy how on TikTok you can't speak about reality and you can't speak truth without getting a strike, but you can do something like that. And there was actually a human error in taking the video down. I mean, how do you have a human error when there's blood involved? How is that even possible?
That should set off every automated system, if you ask me. If you say something on TikTok, they have automated systems that read your words and
like murder, you gotta write. You can't say murder.
Yeah, like exactly. You have to self-censor essentially to make sure your stuff is in line with the guidelines, and it's automated. And a lot of the times you can't even appeal because it's automated. You can't even actually contact TikTok support unless you have a liaison at the company. So it seems like a lot of it is automated, and a lot of it is based on AI. So to say that a human error caused this is, I think, a cop-out. I think that, China and TikTok know exactly what they're doing, and it's by design.
Yeah.
And it's super controlled, and like people may say, 2 minutes and shrug it off. Yeah. On a platform that has automatic monitoring and people, humans, moderating stuff all the time, that 2 minutes is a very long time.
Yes.
Long enough for information to spread around the world.
And look, I get the idea of a free market and a company should be able to do what it wants. And a lot of the conversation here on our station circles back to, free speech, and TikTok should be able to operate how they want. But when it's been proven that there is a nefarious effort here to divide our society, we should be taking it seriously. And maybe, we have conversations that we've had about TikTok in the past, but we got to figure out what the hell is going on here with TikTok. I mean, there have been studies. USC had a guy named Emilio Ferreira, 25.08 million social posts from 8,275 accounts across 7 government-attributed influence operations. So this is actually happening. He actually went through these accounts and found that over 50% of them are not political taking sides. Their subversion is not take one side or the other. It's find whatever social issue they can and drive a wedge between society.
Yes, find the crack and widen it, Dan. Find the crack and widen it. That's these people's philosophy.
Yep.
And
now they have a tool called TikTok where they can...
Yes, and it makes it very easy to manipulate, especially the younger demographic of Americans who are going to be instrumental in determining the direction and future of the country.
And I feel like they're 5 steps ahead of us. They know this is going on. They're proud of it.
Well, they view us having, free markets and each person entitled to a vote as a weakness and something that they can exploit. Now, I would say it's something that makes us strong. But I would also say that we need to be cognizant of our enemies and how they're exploiting us, and doing nothing about it is only going to allow them to further the crack even more, to widen the crack even more. And again, it goes back to what President Trump's doing, is he wants to bring in these protective tariffs. He wants to flex our muscles a little bit and say, listen, we're all for free markets, but it has to be America first. And I think we're in the position to be able to dictate terms. We offer security to countless countries. We subsidize basically a majority of countries' entire existence. The fact that they're able to spend on socialized programs and socialized healthcare and stuff like that is because they don't need to spend as much on defense. Now, in knowing this, I think we need to, put up a little bit of a wall, for lack of a better term, and say, we need to protect our industries. We need to protect our children from this unchecked, Chinese, Iranian, Russian influence, and just, pump the brakes a little bit.
I think that's part of it, and I think President Trump is doing a good job there. But I think there's another aspect of this conversation that we don't have a lot of the times, and that's that the strength of America is the freedom of information. In countries like Russia, China, Iran, you can't circulate information because the government has a monopoly over what information flows. In America, it's totally inverted. The government really can't control what information gets out there, and we have the freedom to say what we want, and that's super important. But freedom comes with responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
If our young people don't know how to decipher propaganda from news, AI videos and articles and writing from human written stuff, then we're not going to be able to use that freedom of information for good. And instead, foreign actors are going to come in and exploit it to their benefit. So I think what we need to focus on is in school, instead of making our school system look more like China, we make it optimized to teach young people how to actually think, how to use their critical thinking. In places like China, they don't want that. They want students who can answer a math problem very quickly. Because in China, if you critically think and you criticize people and the government, you go to jail. So it doesn't benefit the people of China. Here, our whole marketplace is based on innovation and critically thinking about the issues we face, and that makes us super strong. But our school system has turned its back on that idea and instead modeled China to increase test scores and totally neglected critical thinking skills. So in the classroom, from an early age, kids should be taught how to think, how to look at information, how to read, how to write, and how to negotiate and argue. Those are super important things that we used to do.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Dude, that was amazingly well said. And it's absolutely pertinent that, you guys are spearheading the effort for young Republicans after Charlie Kirk's passing, among many others, to raise awareness around these issues, and I thank you for that. But it's absolutely pertinent that we protect our Western values, and they are at threat right now, and you heard Trump at the beginning of the hour talk about this being a golden era. Well, we can be in a golden era if we actually follow through on these America First policies.
Yes.
So let's hope that we do, and let's hope that the midterms swing a certain way, our way, and we can continue down this path towards the golden era. Hey, guys, we got to take a quick break. Got some fun stories. The world's oldest wing walker. We'll talk about that after the break. See you on the other side.
High heat and humidity remain in the forecast. The heat advisory is in effect today. We'll have sunshine and clouds with some late-day strong to severe storms with a high 93, but feeling more like 100. And then for tonight, chance for showers and storms early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 76. And Saturday, another hot, humid day, partly sunny with a high 93.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've spent years taking care of everyone else. Now it's your turn. Whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, or restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, specialize in complex, restorative, and cosmetic dentistry. You can smile confidently in photos, enjoy meals, laugh freely, and feel yourself again. Schedule a consultation with Bentz Dental Group. 610-272-6949.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yes, welcome back into the Don Stenslin Show. Dan Borowski doing a takeover again. Her producer, Dano, takeover here with Surge Philadelphia, Surge Media. You can find them everywhere on the internet. These guys are all over the place. Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Welcome back, guys. And where can we find you? Just right out of the break. Let's get
You can go to surgemedia.us. That's our website if you would like to make a contribution to our journalistic efforts. Every donation, every dollar is appreciated. If you would just like to watch our videos, which helps us too, you can go to Surge Philly on all platforms.
What an awesome experience it's been with you guys. I love working with you. You have great chemistry. You have a huge future ahead of you. And I hope you live a long life just like this woman, which sounds weird. It's a weird cross plug here for this BBC story, but this woman set a world record. And I want to highlight this feel-good story as we make our way out. Take a watch.
Look at her.
Betty's back. Wow. 97 years young and taking to the skies again.
I just get bored with life otherwise. When you get old, you can't go here, you can't do this, you can't drive, you can't see. I can't see very well. And I get a bit frustrated. So I want to do the things that I can do.
So what you saw on video, if you're watching on youtube.com/@1210WPHT, I highly implore you do so, is Betty wing walking. This 97-year-old woman strapped to a biplane on top of it, doing barrel rolls, death-defying stunts.
Up in the air,
Oh my.
Betty's at home, in her element. On the ground, her friends and neighbours from her retirement village in Cheltenham watch on nervously.
What's in the water in Cheltenham?
Oh, Betty!
What was it like watching her doing those loop-the-loops?
Look at her!
I was here 4 years ago.
That is something.
Awful. Makes you want to cry, but yeah, she got on fantastic. Yeah, so proud of her.
It's incredible. I mean, she's partially sighted, in fact, almost blind.
She's almost blind!
This has to feel.
This is like a Helen Keller-esque story, but thankfully the media is here to actually document
This
it.
woman didn't know what she was doing. It's just like she was led on top of a plane strap and said, hey, go ahead.
So, no, she's a wonder.
Betty started all this 10 years ago at the age of 87. She's since
Started at 87?
and took on a zip wire in Snowdonia.
She's jumped off a building,
And today she
zip
pushed the
lined
envelope even
in her
further,
90s.
asking the pilot to throw in a barrel roll.
And this is not her first time doing this wing walk, as you just heard there. She asked the pilot to throw in a barrel roll. Maisie's comment was the best. She goes, is this woman just trying to meet her end in a very creative way? Is this...
Some would call it an end-life crisis. I call it dedication to the craft.
An end-life crisis. Guys, one more time on our way out, where can we find you?
surgemedia.us. If you would like to go to our website, check out the article we have, make a contribution. If you just want to watch our videos, go to Surge Philly on all platforms.
And Ian, any final words as we get out of here?
Stay frosty, guys.
No, that's it.
If I'm not on the wing of a plane at the age of 97, then I'm going to be disappointed. So, props to her for doing that little.
We
stunt.
need to make it like a something cooler than that plane though. That's like fit for a 97-year-old.
You go on top of a biplane and strap yourself.
Hey.
You know who did that was Dawn Stenslin. We'll have to hear about that again when she comes back next week.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, I'll see you guys on Monday. We'll have to ask her about that.
Absolutely, Dan.
Thank you again. Dom Giordano up next. You guys are sitting in his seat, so I can't do a crawl.
Ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute, the 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11mm gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of one per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCullough'sAutorepair.com.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every heart. Don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 15-month jumbo certificate at 4.06% APY or a 24-month certificate at 4% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is the best evidence of that. So the midterm convention, Republicans have, at least at this moment, and I would add this as a fourth, and I'm going to play you Charlie Kirk on this just a couple months before he died. They have ready to go the anti-fraud stuff that we've been talking about this week, how much that is, and that Democrats enable this, will not do anything about it. I mean, it's the storytelling. I saw buried here, and I'm trying to get it. I think it's a matter of the court. Henry, it's so important, if you can, when you have a chance, ask Dave Sunday's people, is this a matter of public record, the evidence? There's a phone conversation in here that they taped. Somehow they got the tape of it. Remember the big story, 19 indicted this week. I'd like to play it on the air if that's permissible. It may not be, but I can't rest on this. The guy says, a convicted criminal, this is the best kept secret imaginable. All this home health care aid stuff. And he says, I made $500,000 in the last 4 years, and I ain't never seen nobody. I love the grammar on this. I want America to hear that, if it's available at some point. Can you imagine this criminal talking about what we have, Dr. Oz, all these people in town? Yeah, I never seen nobody. I just put in for it, $500,000. They actually have him saying it, the phone conversation, hearing it across America. You mean to say reasonable people are not going to go, yeah, this is what this party's about. So that's one thing, the anti-fraud stuff. The other is what we've been talking about, that we are facing communism here. I would stop with socialism. What are they going to do? Sue me, CNN. that's going to be another major theme as we see this play out. Of course, this anti-America, hatred of America, as we see coming out of Michigan, is certainly something to take a look at. So we do have, it does seem to me, and I credit Mike Johnson for this, that they're on it. Now, they're being criticized, saying they're essentially planning but their worst campaign, meaning you may not like us, but they're worse. Okay, yeah, they are a lot worse, and they're crazy, too. They will focus on Abdul el-Said. And I don't care what this guy says in Michigan. I hope they say the name Abdul 10,000 times over 2 days, 100,000 times. What are you going to do? Sue us, Abdul. The other things they will point out are, of course, cutting taxes, lowering prescription drug. Everybody knows this stuff. But those are the major sources of focus here. They'll spotlight the tax cuts, etc. Vance will speak on the first night, and he'll talk about the information, the anti-fraud stuff. So those are the big moments. I think they're really going to add, they see a lot with the guy from Michigan to add in here the anti-American stuff. So those are pretty good themes. I think they are exactly listening. By the way, this is just breaking news. This is in the top 5 in the country. The Texas Children's Hospital. Henry, if you still have that guy, remember the guy it took forever to get on, the surgeon? Wasn't he at Texas? Yeah. Ask him to come on whenever. Even today, I'd put him on. Texas Children's Hospital now not only is stopping this ghastly care, they're opening a detransition clinic. Now, this is really a shot across the bow of what's been going on here. So the Major Children's Hospital, of course, CHOP, sadly, is still literally involved in that. They are leading the charge to continue to do what history is going to look at and go, really? You were doing this with 7- and 8-year-old kids, CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So this major Texas Children's Hospital opening up a detransition clinic. I don't know of any of the others because they're afraid. They're afraid that the trans mob will come after them. Opening this up, though. So who's right on the science? All these major children's hospital or Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which continues arrogantly to go down this path with so-called gender-affirming care. But that just came down today. Now, we have something in town, and I'll give you what I have on it. It comes back to Piker. It comes back to el-Said. It comes back to these leftist mobs. We have something called the Philly Fringe Arts. I get that. This is supposed to be avant-garde. It's supposed to be edgy. Well, can you really put on a play, headline, Take Your Shot, a motivational seminar with Luigi Mangione? I'm not making it up. So it's like a one-man show. I thought they were actually going to have Luigi Mangione. I'm still a little bit unclear. I'm looking at the picture. The guy looks an awful lot like him. And this will be your motivational seminar. And I think it cuts to the idea. They agree with taking out these healthcare executives. At least it ought to be something talked about. Take Your Shot, a motivational seminar with Luigi Mangione, is one part comedic performance art, one part immersive theater, and a shot of raw adrenaline, pushing you to decide how much change you want to see in the world and what you're willing to do to achieve it. Oh, my God. Why not Hitler? Why not Hitler wakes up? Yeah, you want change? I'll give it to you, buddy. Look, I get art. I get it's the Philadelphia Fringe Arts and all this. I think this is kind of too timely, too raw, too on trial, too right now. Too many people believing this. Mangione struck a blow for all of us. If you're a healthcare executive, that's who we want to kill. Hassan Piker told his audience to kill Rick Scott, of all people, because of Medicaid. All right, here's Hassan Piker, too. This guy, he says we deserve 9/11. And when we call him on it, and call Mount Airy on it, and Chris Rabb, and all these Democrats, by the way, Haley Stevens, who ran against him, says, yes, I realize El Sayed doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist, but I'm still going to support him. If you don't believe Israel has a right to exist, how are you running for the Senate in the United States and have the support of this alleged Democrat? That's the woman who lost to him. All right, so here is the great Hassan Piker telling us that when we call him out and his minions on 9/11, that's Islamophobia.
At some point, we got to realize, like, this 9/11 stuff is just only being weaponized as a way to make Muslims and Muslim candidates look bad. Like, it's a permission structure for Islamophobia. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's so racist.
All right, so we've had this since 9/11. We were killed, we were attacked, but you know the rift. Oh boy, that's Islamophobia when you call this out. Here's Charlie Kirk, and we're getting close, sadly, to the anniversary of the assassination. Here is Kirk 3 days before he was murdered, warning about the dangers of this alliance. And we've talked about this. How can you have an alliance of these left-leaning progressive women, say, and then the Sharia mob? Well, they're all in it together for one thing, to overthrow this country, to overthrow our Constitution first, to overthrow our way of life. So don't these progressive women see these women diminished, having to wear clothing that's brutally hot, cover themselves up because of guys like Hassan Piker? They overlook it. Here's what Kirk said, cut 14.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization.
All right, now Western civilization is what's under attack by Hassan Piker, these leftist mobs, the dopes that are going along with this, any number of them. They don't see the big picture. They're just dopes. They just like the juice. They're wound up. Let's get Trump. Let's get Netanyahu. Let's hate Israel. They may not see it that way, but the people driving this do. And Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand, who's also in leadership for the Senate campaign, this morning had fully endorsed El Sayed, despite what we've just said. He's our guy. And Henry, he is short. That's what Fetterman was going about. So I still can't get over Mike Rogers. He's running ads. He's sitting there with his life prattling on. Just tell this punk, I'm going to meet you this weekend. That's it. Let's have the debate right there. Let's do it in the street. That's where it ought to be done, right in the street. Debate right there, right in the street. If you want a podium to put your papers down and all, right there in the street. You don't need a cage match. You don't need the cage. That would be extraneous. Just right there in the street. Not a hall, not air conditioned, right there in the street. People bring their lawn chairs if they want to sit down. That's where the first debate ought to be. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. Got a great side question, I think, today. Never have done it before, per se. We look at all these days in history, and on this day in history, Mr. Bonds became the asterisk champion. And the appropriate music for this, he became the all-time home run champion. I wonder in America how many people, well, you got to accept that. If they say it, you can't accept it. I don't accept it. I'll never accept it. Just like I don't care if the Pope sat next to me here and said, you're going to hell if you were still for capital punishment. I'm not changing on that. I'm waiting that one out. They haven't said that yet. So we're looking for maybe a name change or a change in a sport and a change in everyday life that you avoid. You're just not going to kowtow. One that I think a lot of people do, they're not going to kowtow to pronouns. The pronoun change stuff. No, I'm not saying that. How many court cases have we had on that? I will never call it Kelly Drive. I don't care what you call it. I'm never calling it Kelly Drive. We didn't get Frank Palumbo Drive. The guy didn't deserve it. He was a nice enough guy, city councilman and all that. And forcing that down because of the powers that be, a lot of people will never call it that. I am never going to endorse the ghost runner or the designated hitter because I'm all about slight advantage. And if I'm a better team with a better hitting pitcher and manager, I don't want the designated hitter. It gives me a chance as a manager and pitcher to have an advantage on the other team versus some slobs out there rolling up a designated hitter.
Makes interleague play that much more interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And I am never going to say niche. It's niche. It is niche.
Why have
It's a
the E
test.
on the end then?
I don't. That's up for the French and you to decide, but it is niche. I hear some people stumbling, niche. And no, I save up the other ones. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, let me take the low-hanging fruit off the board first. I don't care if it's X, the everything app. It's all happening on X. No. It's happening on Twitter.
There you go. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's just I can't. Every day I have to type in x.com on this computer, and I still find myself typing Twitter each and every time, and it never comes up until I start typing X.
Your guy EJ Antoni always kind of pauses, then he says on X.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
Like,
yeah.
oh, EJ, come on, buddy, go find some jobs out there. Bad
I
jobs.
know. He's got to come over to the dark side here.
Yeah.
And then the other one I'm going to take off is the excess tipping. I'm all for tipping at a restaurant. You go out and get a table, you tip afterwards. But look, if I'm ordering at the counter and you flip the iPad around and you're asking if you want 15, 20, 25%, I'm hitting no tip and I'm signing my name. I'm not buying into this, this tipping for
this
what?
Guy's
Ringing
known
me
across
up?
town, Mr. Machette. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a good one. All right, Sean, do you happen to have one?
Yeah, I got one. So I'm going to go with Sports World.
Yeah.
This record just broke literally last year.
Right.
Bam Adebayo actually scored 83 points. And as a huge Kobe Bryant fan, I could not accept the fact that he actually broke Kobe Bryant 81 points game.
Yeah.
Just the way how he played, the level of competition,
right.
and just the whole entire logist of the way how he was playing.
The whole fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was just like he was just shooting free throws most of the time. He wasn't even really trying to even get a chance to score. And on top of that, they was up by 40, 45 points.
The only thing I would say is that I think Kobe and I won in the 2 minutes over Michael Jordan. He's a bigger killer. I would take him.
But would you want him over Bam Adebayo?
Yeah. I don't remember when he scored the 81. Were they letting him score? I don't think so, though.
Yeah, the 81-point game score from Kobe Bryant was against the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah,
and it was a close game, and he came back and won that game, too.
Okay, yeah, that all counts. The Adebayo stuff, he's not worthy. He doesn't belong in that kind of pantheon. Something's up as soon as you hear that name. He's a decent player. He's a good player, maybe an all-star. Yeah, but that's it. Yeah, so I wouldn't accept that one either. And I don't accept people saying Babe Ruth doesn't exist, like that nut for the Chicago or that Wilt didn't score 100 points. Oh, my God.
I don't know.
What do you base that on?
Hershey,
that
who
number
plays
of
a game in
people,
Hershey?
yes. Well, they said, all right, let's do this game in Hershey. Wilt's going for 100 tonight. Okay. It's 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. A lot on the table, a lot of great guests coming up. It is something that you didn't change with. It could be any number of these kinds of things that go forward, and you say, nope, I'm not going to be part of it. I mean, Seinfeld must have done it a number of times. Oh, you might call it Myanmar. It's always Burma to me. Exactly. Why would I change it to, Uzbekistan? What the heck is that? All right, 855-839-1210. You get it. Jump in right now. Hit us with that. And this midterm convention is looking better because they've identified things to hammer home with. And they see, as I do, this guy in Michigan, it's not just about Michigan. This guy is the proxy. It's one thing when you have a Chris Rabb. He's only running for Congress in the bluest district in America. In a swing state, though, this guy running for the Senate in what could be critical, yep, that's the proxy you're looking for. This guy might be, he's not as clever as Mondani. In other words, Mondani, we know what he is. We'll play you under a minute. It took him to get booed off the stage at an FOP event in Staten Island. But this guy isn't as clever. Let's put it that way. 855-839-1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month. With a brand new gas-sipping Kia, get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the birds, Meryl Reese, at Meryl Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Meryl Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Meryl Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. All right, the jobs report is not good today. They thought X number of jobs would go up. Instead, it went down, a fair number. So CNN has a new numbers guy. Oh, my God. I love to see the fact checker check on this guy. And his headline today was, what are the signs of a recession? Guess what he comes up with? Well, if you're going into recession, more skyscrapers are built. Men's underwear sales go down. Men stop buying underwear. Uh-oh, you may want to check on that. And guess what goes up? Sales of lipstick to women. He said to women, I don't know. It's a, bisexual product now because women want to look good because they're depressed with the recession. So more lipstick is sold, less men's underwear. Already dragging out the R word. Let's get it out there. Let's put it in with lipstick and men's underwear just before the midterms. Oh, man, how do we know when we're in recession? Now, it's always been that this is one of those metrics that are incredibly fuzzy. And it's a perceptual thing. Are we in recession or not? The economy might be a normal economy, not great, but hard to tell, but man, rolling out the R word. And when I saw him putting up skyscrapers and lipstick and men's underwear, it was quite a feat today. Where's the CNN fact checker on the men's underwear thing? I'd love to hear him on that. All right, let's go to Lance. Side question today, coming off Barry Bonds' home run record, so to speak. Something that you don't recognize. You don't recognize whatever the official body or who's saying it or what, a change. You just are not going to go down that path. Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
Dom, nice to hear from you again and all. Dom, I'm not bending the knee on this hot coffee versus cold coffee. When I go get coffee, they say, what kind of, okay?
Yes.
They say, I say, can I have a small cup of coffee? They say, cold or hot? I look at them, and I say, what do you think? Coffee's hot.
There you go. What's the response? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, it comes both ways. I said, no, it doesn't.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't come both ways. Coffee's hot.
Absolutely. I
don't want ice cubes in my coffee.
Thank you, Lance. Henry, I got to say, I hate to dim others right out of the box. That's like a perfect answer.
It's a very good answer.
Yes.
I do disagree to an extent. I mean, like right now, I'm drinking my coffee hot. I'm not like, some sort of snob, but like I do like a nice coffee every once in a while. Like down at the beach, like I feel like that's a good way to start the morning.
Get another drink that's cold.
I'll get a nitro cold brew then. How about that?
I'm not saying, hey, give me 2 nitro cold anything. Get out of here. You're probably on Kelly Avenue and you're a ghost runner. Hey, were you a ghost runner with that cold coffee? I love the way Lance says it. I'm not bending a knee. Joe Concha is in the on-deck circle. After we warm him up a bit with a couple questions, I got to ask him, something he won't accept the change of. He might write a whole book out of it. I wonder how that unlikable book is going. This El Said guy, I got to ask him, is Hassan Piker in there? This guy is amazing what Hassan Piker has. He's the cheerleader of cheerleaders here. I'm not even sure he's a cheerleader. He's driving things, not the party leadership, whatever Hassan Piker says. Okay, phone lines to get in are 855-839-1210. Here's Representative Stevens that lost to him. She said, I stand by saying El Said, meaning I said it during the campaign, doesn't recognize Israel's right to exist, but I still support him. And particularly if you're Jewish over in Mount Airy, Chris Rabb country, he doesn't either, really. How in the world, what are you supporting here? Democrat Party, by the admission of the person that lost to him and still supports him, is running a major candidate, says, no, they have no right to exist. That's the whole problem. Get them out of there. And they're knocking himself out to run to Michigan, Schumer and the others, Gillibrand, to curry favor and to support him. He's the hottest guy out there. I got to say, Mike Rogers, The word punk is starting to come into my head. I have to admit it. I just can't abide a candidate. Just think of any number of other candidates. What do you think a Ted Cruz would do? Even a Fetterman, somebody like that in a situation like this. The guy says, let's have 5 debates. Do you think they'd say, oh, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer? Mike Rogers. Of course, I don't want this guy to win. It would be a blow-up moment for more and more socialism craziness. I wonder if Zoran Mandani, though, is worried. This guy is eclipsing him because Mandani still has to run New York. This guy is just saying anything that he wants at any time. Mandani tries to be a little bit more politic sometimes. No. This is the guy. This is the up-and-comer. And Mike Rogers should take him on right now. Right now at this point, let's give him no leverage. Let's move forward. All right, get in on the side question. That's a really good one from Lance. There's a million of them out there. It's all in the telling. 855-839-1210. One of our favorites, Joe Concha, can talk about anything, anywhere on Fox. I can hardly wait till his book comes out. He is next. And I'll ask him about the DSA. I'm going to ask him about the difference. Why is it that Coco Gauff is, if not lionized, is getting some traction for her answer? And Sophie Cunningham wasn't as nuanced, maybe, but she said, let's be polite, let's be kind in this. But I don't think boys or men ought to be in spaces of women. Why is she the one that's vilified? 855-839-1210. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210. Let's, for a moment, remind you that for more than 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has helped people take charge of their health. And right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs. During their customer appreciation sale going on now, save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use that promo code VIP50. So whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas you know and trust. Or experience the difference that Rescue can make for that very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a product consultant ready to help you find the supplements that fit your health goals. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50%, get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. Use that promo code VIP50, VIP50. That's VIP50 at res-q.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. One of our favorites here, Joe Concha. And we missed him for a while. Boy, what an array of targets for the unique combination that Joe brings to Fox News, DC Examiner, 770 WABC, author of the New York Times bestseller, The Greatest Comeback Ever, Inside Trump's Big Beautiful Campaign, and his long-awaited book that we've been talking about people that are unlikable, so to speak. Let's go to Joe Concha. Joe, welcome back.
It's great to be back. And, every time I think I'm done with this book, along comes the Senate and gubernatorial candidates for the Democrat Socialists of America. So now addendums are being written, my friend, believe me.
Oh, well, the woman is just nuts, I think you're talking about in Wisconsin. The other guy, the other guy is very articulate to Joe, and I got a bone to pick with Mike Rogers, and I hope you would back me up. When he called him out after winning the Democrat primary and said, let's have 5 debates, shouldn't Rogers have flown right over there with a podium and said, let's debate in the street right now? That'll be debate 1.
Like Rocky V, right? The one fight that didn't have a fight in a ring. With Tommy Morrison. Yeah, that's right. That wouldn't have been the worst idea, but then that looks like that he is the one who's the underdog, and I think that this race is over. You can save the tape right now, Mike Rogers, and that's a very, very close state, right? Rogers lost by something like 0.3% to Alyssa Slotkin during the last Senate race. Now he's running for the other seat. Slotkin is a capable candidate, obviously not a communist, and he still almost won that. So in this case, I think that in the end, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, and I say that in the same way I say Dr. Jill Biden, right?
Yes.
The guy who says you save more lives than most doctors out there, despite not having, a medical license, that alone should be a disqualifier. But I think in the end, a lot of Democrats in Michigan, and there are many moderates there, are not going to vote for a guy who has called for abolishing prisons, for abolishing ICE, who said Israel should be wiped off the map. And it's basically just the Midwest version of Zohar Mamdani in terms of a rich kid who's never really held a real job in his life and therefore knows nothing about affordability for the working class. I think Rogers wins this relatively comfortably by about 3 or 4 points.
Joe, I'm looking at and I hope to go to Dallas for this midterm idea for Republicans. And I like Mike Johnson is focused. When he was on the show, he talked about, they are going, just as we said, with the guy in Michigan and others, they're going to talk about socialism/communism, the Vance stuff, which is maybe at least $250 million in fraud. We had a big fraud case broken here in Medicaid the other day in Philadelphia. And I think,
I saw that.
they might add to it a couple of other layers. But I like the themes that they're going with here. They're being accused of saying, no, well, we're bad, but they're worse. You don't say that, but isn't that largely a pretty good strategy in this election?
Elections come down to very binary choices.
Yeah.
You could get in the weeds around taxes and around immigration and and all those things are important, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But if it comes down to common sense versus chaos,
right,
or common sense versus communism, that's a pretty easy choice to make, right? So, yeah, I think in the end, in New York City or Washington, D.C. or Seattle, Washington, you could have socialist/communists win there because of the makeup of the city and so many Republican voters fleeing those cities and those states. But when you get to a state like Michigan that Donald Trump won by very, very slim margins in 2016, 2024, and scare quotes lost in 2020 by a very slim margin, you're outside of Detroit. And by the way, and you're in, obviously the suburbs and other places where I just don't think this sort of stuff sells. And El Said didn't even win 50% of the vote during the primary. So that's a bad sign right there, because obviously Haley Stevens voters aren't just going to automatically migrate to him. In fact, I think they'll migrate to Rogers. But the black voters do not like these socialist/communists one bit. And that's a very key thing. Kamala Harris had trouble with black voters. If El Said has trouble there as well, he ain't winning. Because if you can't win Detroit and run up the score there, then you got problems. And if you look at the polls, he ran up the score in East Lansing, Michigan State, Ann Arbor, Michigan,
right,
but not really anywhere else. So I just don't see this being a viable candidate. And the more he talks, the worse it's going to get.
I like what you said, too. I forgot that Rogers lost very, very closely to Slotkin, who I differ with on stuff, but she is I would even say a formidable candidate, not just a real candidate versus this guy. So, Joe, who are you thinking of adding to the book now at this point?
Well, Troy Jackson is a shoo-in. Obviously, he is now...
second cousin chapter, yes.
Yeah, exactly. He's Maine's Kamala Harris, where, all right, the neo-Nazi tattoo guy had to drop out because, obviously, of sexual harassment allegations, very credible by ex-girlfriends, but also the fact that he attacked Purple Heart members, said that black people don't tip, has had very choice words for Jewish voters, and then obviously has this thing for porta potties, which I would never dream of doing in 1,000 years, which we don't need to repeat on this radio program. The point is that they replaced him with Troy Jackson, where, again, I think it's disqualifying if you marry your cousin and then you have babies with your cousin, and not just like fifth cousin. Like, this is like pretty close, like get together for Christmas kind of cousin. I'm sorry. I think of that scene from Wolf of Wall Street between Jonah Hill and Leonardo DiCaprio, and I just can't get past that. I just don't know what's going on in Maine, but there's something in the lobster that doesn't allow Democrats just to pick a halfway normal person. And Susan Collins outperforms every time, so I think she would have beaten Plattner. She'll beat Troy Jackson as well, and Democrats will not win back the Senate. That I do know.
Now, I'm not seeing a breakthrough. Some are touting it. I wanted to see what Joe Concha says. Just because 3 tennis players said it's okay to test that we don't have a biological male playing against them. One of them, the number one in the world, is not an American player, so people are not paying attention. But Coco Gauff is getting plaudits almost for this. And yet Sophie Cunningham said, maybe not as highfalutin and nuanced, but essentially kindness, but don't play against us.
Yeah, I saw that from Coco, and I think that's kind of the way you handle it if you're in her position, where you don't want to offend, but at the same time, you're not going to give in and say, you're right, we should have males play against females in a sport like tennis. And, I played on my show recently, it's a great clip by Serena Williams. And it's back in 2013, and she was with Letterman when he was in the 11:30 spot on CBS at the time. And she said Andy Murray, who was, I think he won Wimbledon that year, or at least a very, very top 5 player out of Britain, had challenged her to like a charity match. And she said to him, I would lose, Andy, 6-love, 6-love. It would be over probably in about 15 minutes because it's a different game. Men serve at 30, 40 miles an hour faster. They're, in terms of their forehand, backhand, everything, I would not be able to compete. And this is the greatest tennis player in the world on the women's side in history saying this, right? So that's the reality. And the fact that so many WNBA players and coaches, and Megan Rapinoe I saw just earlier today, insisting that, no, this should be allowed to happen. Oh, well, it's nice for Megan Rapinoe to say that because she's safely retired, so she got all her endorsements and a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And WNBA players to say this. I love Clay Travis's idea, where he starts a WNBA team, but with all transgender athletes, in other words, all males, right? And he says that they would go undefeated, and in some cases would shut out teams altogether. And he even said, I'll bet $10 million that the best or the high school team of my choice, boys team, could beat the WNBA champions in the Las Vegas
I think they can.
Aces.
I think they would.
They can. Yeah, they would. There's a height advantage and a speed advantage. And this isn't like male bravado of like two guys talking on the radio. This is chromosomes. This is fact. It's like why you don't allow steroids in sports. It's the chemical advantage that it gives people, and you just can't allow that. And when you saw that boxer from Italy get pummeled during the Olympics, that should have been over. That's the end of it. And still you have some on the left that are arguing for this. It's like they're going back to the 2020 playbook, and that's probably – it's not COVID anymore, and this is a different world. And so the fact that so many Democrats are now not just on men playing against women in sports, but abolishing ICE and, amnesty for all, it's like they tried to fake it going to the middle, and they're like, screw it. We're going to go far to the left and see what happens because Mamdani was successful. But again, that is not a national recipe. It's a blue city recipe, and it ain't going to work in the swing states that matter come time for Senate or presidential elections.
Joe Concha with us. Joe, what are you talking tonight or recently on your WABC show? And Fox, are you on the weekend show? Is it one of your weekends?
Yeah, it is one of my weekends, as a matter of fact. 5 to 8 p.m. a Fox News channel on, obviously, let's see, that will be Saturday and Sunday night, so that's always fun. I'm just coming, Dom, you know what? I'm on vacation. In theory, I'm driving back from vacation, so I've been off the grid a little bit. So I'm putting together my show now. So what am I talking about tonight? You know how it is. Like maybe about 30 minutes beforehand, I'm going to do my little rundown. Say, this is what I'm going to talk about tonight. But I think in the end, it is this whole communism versus, common sense argument that's just percolating everywhere, and you see the revolt. I think the revolt is very key, right? From the Fettermans of the world, the James Carvilles of the world. But I think if you're at this point, establishment Democrat, you will be extinct. I think that side of the party just does not have the momentum, the organization, or the power. And so I think the big question is, I think I'll talk about tonight is, will AOC be the Democratic nominee if socialists continue to be successful? And I say the answer is absolutely yes. If that's the case, if it's AOC versus J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio on a debate stage, I'll go back to my Mayweather days where I paid $50 pay-per-view. I'll be happy to pay for that, and it'll be more like a TKO of Tyson versus Spinks in 88. I think that, that's how bad it'll go, because once you have a formidable Republican running against these folks, they have no shot. When they go unopposed and they look like they're powerful, I think it's a facade, and I think this thing's going to peter out quite quickly once they're exposed, once they have to go against real Republican candidates and not unopposed or against establishment weak Democratic candidates. That's been the case to this point. So I guess we'll talk about that. I just did my rundown. Yay.
Since you're making all those additions, when are we going to be able to pre-order your book?
Very good. The problem is I keep telling my publisher, I got to make a few more adjustments. So we're hoping for a Christmas kind of thing, but we will see. I'm not going to make any promises on such a popular show like this, but that's that, Dom. So how you been?
Everything has been going well here. It is just particularly here in Philadelphia, this fraud case, Joe. We have a guy on the phone on this home health. Well, Joe, did you see this? Since you've been on vacation, I'll tell you this. Dr. Oz is a friend. When he was here in Philadelphia, he sent something to me, and he talked about it. He says the number one job sector in New York and California now are these fraudulent, my words, home health care aides. In Pennsylvania, that job sector outnumbers retail even. Here in Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
Yeah,
really?
So if you Google
home
that.
Health care.
Home health care aides. And he wrote it, he put out a directive on it. That's the number one job, he claims. And in Pennsylvania, it exceeds these others. And they have the tape in this indictment of a guy saying, I made $500,000 the last 4 years, a criminal phone conversation, and I ain't seen nobody. Meaning he did nothing. He was able to ring this up. The one woman put down more than 24 hours she worked in a 24-hour period 1,100 times.
Whoa. Really? That's all on paper. It's not like, opinion, he said, she said.
No, this is the indictment. This is and in New York, it's the adult daycare thing that Oz was talking about, where you are, Joe, in New York. So I'm telling
that's
you, there's
amazing. I'll
fodder
just give you 15 seconds here. Yeah, and that's the thing. We hear about we got to raise taxes on the
right.
You know, as Bernie Sanders would say, on the millionaires and billionaires, and they need to pay the fish, right? Like, you know, that's what Bernie says. And the thing is, like, if you just eliminated the fraud,
yeah,
that alone gives you back the revenue that you want to tax all these rich people with, who will just leave the state where they're being taxed anyway. Trust me, we see that in New York. Everybody's going to Florida. Hell, Dallas just opened a stock exchange. I mean, you don't need everything in New York anymore. Right. If you're going to tax the wazoo out of all these rich folks, well, they're going to go somewhere else. So yeah, discover the fraud, end the fraud. You'll get that revenue back, because you have the tax money in the first place.
It is the money, and Joe, it has the arrogance of this. The details are stunning. So where did we find you, Joe, to follow what you're up to on Twitter?
All right, that's at Joe Concha TV. You get to see a whole bunch of vacation pictures, which I'm sure is very exciting to people. But in Philly, though, I went to Avalon, and all I saw were Phillies hats, Phillies T-shirts, Philly everything. So that's a Philly place, even though it's New Jersey, Stone Harbor, that area. But otherwise, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you're
TV,
a Stone Harbor guy. Is that where your vacation?
Not normally, no, but
okay.
It is gorgeous.
Oh, it is.
Cape May.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Definitely.
It's Philly country. That is definitely Pennsylvania country, not New Jersey. That I did find out just based on the sports jerseys alone.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, Joe. That is Philly. That's where we go to vacation. Joe, thank you so much.
Go.
Have a great weekend of shows.
All right, dude. Thank you. We're happy to lend you our ocean, Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, from New Jersey's unofficial governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe, very much.
Take care.
Take care. Oh, if I had known that, Henry, he would have been in Stone Harbor. You know what my mind was thinking immediately. That's
Mulligans.
3 minutes from Mulligan's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Johnny, open up give me 5 seconds notice and we could do it. Oh.
Guest of honor.
Oh, yeah. That's the guy he wants. Joe Concha out of everybody in the world. Okay. All right. A lot got said there. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Jump in. Hit us with something you won't budge on. You won't change. Bond's home run leader. No, he's not. I don't know if anybody's saying Babe Ruth. No, it's got to be Hank Aaron. You can't
I'm
be
sure
that
there's
crazy.
a Babe Ruth contingent.
Yeah, there's probably some contingent.
I'm sure there's an Albert Pujols, too.
Yeah.
Like, he did in the modern era. What
Modern era, that's right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, I heard some people discussing sports talk radio. It wasn't IP. The Mount Rushmore of Eagles players, and they said, well, you can't put Chuck Bednarik on there. I never saw him play. That's weak. You don't have to see Chuck Bednarik play. Look at Frank Gifford down on the field. Know the guy played 60 minutes. See him drinking a beer, a cigar, and a cigarette at the same time. You put Chuck Bednarik on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
They don't call him Concrete Charlie for nothing.
You don't get that name for nothing.
And something about, I don't know about Dawkins. Oh, my God. Can you imagine a team with Bednarik in the middle and Dawkins behind him? Are you coming over the middle?
Never.
Can you imagine? Your only hope is the two of them crash into each other. That's the only hope you have. Yeah. All right. Gravy sauce. Yeah, I was going to take that one off. It's never going to be sauce. 855-839-1210.
Hey, making copies? Who are you? I'm future you. Oh, constipation with belly pain back again? Yeah. Our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,306.90.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, and we all agree. Well, we didn't play it for you yet. This guy who won, it says he won a charity auction. I guess he bid on it, was brilliant in calling a Phillies game.
Yeah.
But I am a homer here. I still think our guy was better when he did it. Scott of Mount Laurel. Scott, did you happen to hear this guy?
Somebody sent me the link. I did listen to somebody. He had a very interesting voice, that was for sure.
Oh,
and, yeah.
Passive-aggressive criticism. Nice.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. He, better than most of the ones they've had. To be honest, I think there was times where he kind of lost track of who the players were, It was like fly ball left field and it's caught by Marsh. Yeah, like that, But
well,
I thought for the most part,
he didn't work in John Kruk as a gazelle jokes for the Dom Giordano show. Nobody else could do that.
Yeah, well, and of course, it's Dom time. That's the key.
Oh, God, that was just brilliant. I'm thinking of having the two of you guys on here and having a play-by-play of this show. Or something. I'm working in the back of my mind. I'm betting on you, Scott.
That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in for any of it. Oh, yeah, that'll be fun.
Well, I love it when someone like you or this guy have some skill and they finally get a chance to exhibit it. I just love that part of it. So what do you have today?
Yeah, I think it's so good finally that we're in a mainstream sort of way we can have this conversation about the Democrats really are pursuing communism. No matter what name they call it, democratic socialism, all these little made up names to try to fool people. At least finally it's getting to the point where if you say, hey, the Democrat Party is going towards communism, the average person isn't necessarily saying, oh, you're crazy, stop with that's crazy. They're entertaining it and realizing that we have a lot of validity to what we're saying. And I think that's a huge step forward for us.
Well, and I'm glad. I think Mike Johnson finally is in control of this with the midterm convention they're holding. That's going to be the #1 theme.
Well, I think that's a great theme, and the other thing should be the SAVE Act. We can't lose focus on that. Sounds like they're making some progress in the Senate, but, until it happens, we got to just keep our foot on the pedal for that one for sure.
What's your side, Scott? What have you not changed?
I still say the Washington Redskins. I will never say the Commanders or the Washington football team. They are the Redskins. I even have friends who are Redskins fans. They still call them the Redskins. They are and forever will be the Redskins.
Thank you, Scott. I thought that one would come up. I'm in agreement. The Commodore, whatever they are, that's one. The Commanders. The Commodores. But calling them the Washington football team. Oh,
I thought that was the best one.
What, the Washington football team?
Yeah.
It's once you elongate something, you're fooling around that something you shouldn't.
I thought the rebrand, like the logo was silly and everything, but you just knew Dan Snyder, whatever name he was going to pick, was going to be worse than football team. You might as well just kept it at that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the side, something you won't change with, no matter how it's said or different or whatever. We got a heavyweight 2 o'clock hour, Victoria Coates, and we finally have Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, back. What are they going to do? Are they going to stay in session and work on the SAVE Act? Yes or no? He said stay in session. He's there in Washington. We'll get going with that and the 2 o'clock hour. Right now, though, it's 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
There's also different clientele at a casino Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. versus 2 a.m. on a Friday night. If you don't have money in your pocket, you shouldn't be allowed in a casino because so many people just loiter there, make it a bad experience for other people that are trying to have some fun with their disposable income. I'm always amazed by a 65-year-old grandmother who can sit at a slot machine for hours and just keep pulling the lever.
Yep.
It blows me away.
Look, they have buses from this area that take senior citizens early in the morning.
You don't have to go to Atlantic City. You go to parks.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute, the 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11-millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of 1 per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of about term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in a couple of this whole deal. Okay? Associated Press, we need a category of the transgender community in sports. All right, that's one thing. The Inquirer had something today that I agree with. Maybe they see it a little bit differently. We're seeing the incursion now, and I have nothing against it. We joke about it. If you like pumpkin spice, knock yourself out. But that's kind of the incursion of the fall into, I didn't call this a late summer. I hold out to the very beginning of September or beyond as much as I can. Summertime and the living is easy. I don't even know if you're able to call it Indian summer anymore. I have to look that up. It used to be.
Maybe more towards October.
Yeah, but can you say Indian?
Can you? You said it. You said it twice now. So
yeah. Well, I'm saying, can you say it? But I'm not. If I said it like I was calling it, okay. The encroaching of these seasons, and they say that the biggest retail space, the biggest seasonal creep, meaning a long, long period of time, is Halloween, which is at best a minor holiday. And I've always said the only resentment I have with Halloween is it's not an adult holiday. It's mainly a kid's holiday. Stop trying to morph it into more of an adult thing. It's fine for little kids, a nice day. But Halloween used to be maybe, the week before type of deal of thinking about it? Yeah, maybe you're thinking about a costume or something. The Inquirer says, oh, no. It accelerated into August. Local coffee chains have launched pumpkin spice drinks in early August, while pop-up shops like Spirit Halloween open flagships weeks before Labor Day. Wait a minute. You're opening up Halloween stores in August. Is mind-boggling. I guess, yeah, I get it. They want to fill a dead holiday. Now, here's the broader thing. Over the years in talk radio, and this is an example of today's side question. This is an example of something people are reluctant to change. They say that retailers have worn people down, and they have changed. In other words, one of the complaints, you hear from callers who don't call in on geopolitics or anything, but they call in when something comes up like, can you believe it? It's X amount of months before, then we blow past Thanksgiving and it's into Christmas shopping. That kind of thing. People don't like the incursion into something they think is set over I've gotten these calls constantly over 20 years. So are you on board with it? What's fueling, other than, retailers, what else are you going to put? I mean, they're doing back to school sales before July 4th. I know Philadelphia crazily goes back to prove that they're not fraudulent, which they are. On August, carried it to, when does Philadelphia go back? Is it August 24th or is it even before that? I guess it's the 24th. For probably half days for a month or something. Get your Chromebooks out. The bottom line here, though, is we are seeing how could Halloween be starting now in August? That's what the Inquirer is saying. And they're pretty much saying globally that, headline-wide, global retailers are pushing Halloween into early August. They're aggressively launching Halloween candy and pumpkin spice products. I think the pumpkin spice is not about Halloween. They're just kind of rushing fall in. People like it.
Right.
Now, whether they'll like it, we hear this all the time. Well, why do they do these things where they cut it off and you don't see it again? It's kind of like Imundo Sosa. Oh, man, why are they not playing him every day? Because when they play Derek Hill every day, he's a 240 hitter. When he doesn't play every day, he crashes into fences, catching balls and hitting grand slams. When you play him every day, though, what happens? He returns to a default position. Not horrible. Sosa looks bad either way at this point.
Yeah,
but,
this season's been rough.
But is pumpkin spice the Imundo Sosa of drinks? If it were out there all year long, there wouldn't be such a big deal about it.
I agree. And that's where I think more of the incursion comes from. I don't think it's necessarily the candy or the costumes. Like, I think those companies might be misreading that. It's the pumpkin spice that people want. People want to look forward to fall. They look forward to putting a sweatshirt on. I don't mind the incursion, though. I'll say that much.
Well, there's nothing in August that I can say would be.
Yeah, like how many back-to-school commercials are you going to look for?
Yeah, and as I said, but you've already accelerated that. They're selling that before
That's
July
always bothered.
4th.
There's been two incursions that bother me. It's the Christmas incurring on Thanksgiving, and then back-to-school incurring on, like, the 4th of July. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, and then the Christmas music, there's an arms race down the hall and other
Halloween.
places. Yes, so if Halloween's here in August, we ought to be hearing Christmas music on Labor Day. And isn't
Don't
Labor
give them
Day
any ideas.
Isn't Labor Day one of the dullest holidays? Because what it represents to people, let's face it, is the end of summer and all that. There's nothing we're going to go out there and cheer the unions on. I don't think so. Come on. Even in Philadelphia, they have trouble forcing 50 people to go to their parade. All right, so are you in that camp that says enough already with these incursions? Usually people say, well, wait a minute. The Halloween thing, though, and the Acquirer's really on this. I knew it started well before Halloween, and it's a minor holiday. It's not the majors.
Disagree.
But it has become now a lot bigger, and they talk about the retail space with this. I think it's starting to rival Christmas. If it's there in early August, that's August, September, October, that is a long retail space. I don't know what else they put in addition to Halloween during that period of time. They've taken back to school earlier and earlier. You know, other than emergency, your kid got some cockamamie list and you got to go fill it. Other than that, the back to school, are people really buying clothes on July 4th for back to school? Maniacs. What kind of parents? Get in over here. We got to get your back to school.
Got to go to Old Navy. We got to hit the Gap.
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute. We just got out a week ago. Are you kidding me? I want some pumpkin spice intravenously. All right, 855. Go ahead.
I think Halloween is probably the second biggest holiday.
Oh, that can't
behind
be.
the holiday season.
Yes.
Whatever you celebrate.
I
think
sounds like a lot of costuming is going on with you here.
I'm not really not big into the costume guy, but I'm into the whole like kind of vibe of the Halloween season, the spookiness, if you will. I do think that appeals to a lot of people, and I understand kind of wanting to get there. I do get why it is so big.
Second biggest. What would rival it?
Like I think it dwarfs Thanksgiving now. I think Thanksgiving's lost a lot of steam over the last however many years. People don't like turkey anymore. They're not going to have turkey. They're not thankful either.
Well, there's not a lot of shopping with that since there's no
Black
presents.
Friday. I mean, that goes in with the whole thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that morphs into it.
Like Easter
what else?
And that,
Easter's
spring break
not,
type
a few
vibes,
peeps, and you go, oh, these things are dreadful. Stop buying them. Yeah, is Halloween the second biggest? Well, by real estate, it is.
And talk about buying things, like people want to have Halloween stuff in their house. They want to put up Halloween decorations. I think the same way they want to put up Christmas decorations. So that's another reason.
Man,
to
you're
start
treading
earlier.
really close now. I have to row, as you probably know. I don't know if I told you, Henry. Every month, at least, if not every 3 weeks, changes decorations throughout the house. Oh yeah.
So it's appealing to the women that love changing the house, changing the vibes.
I don't think she goes with that. She draws a line. You're not putting those Halloween decorations up. You're really You're jumping a gun here, big time, man. You're woo.
I mean, after Labor Day, maybe even after September.
Soon, by the end of the show, you're going to say a bigger holiday than Christmas. Things are going nuts here.
No, I can't go that far.
Now, this is a call you got to take. We had a brilliant call from Lance. But the side question today is something, It's all in capital letters, and I think Sean was right. He's getting my attention with this. Something that you can't accept. You cannot accept the change. I tell you, when I'm down in Wildwood, I feel like lying down right under it and saying, no, run over me. You're not doing this anymore, Mayor Ernie. No, I don't care what your excuse is. Let's go to Barbara in Wildwood. She's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Barbara.
Hey, Dom. You know, yesterday I went on a tram car ride with Lou Flacco to try to split a Skinny Joey's cheesesteak. And I was at my end of the boardwalk on the crest. And I said, Lou, we can't go in any other car but the original tram car ride.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they're changing.
Well,
they're changing it to electric vehicles.
Right.
And nobody's really complaining. They're complaining on Facebook, but they're not complaining to the right people.
Well, the obscenity, the one that has the truck in front of it, too, driving it. Mayor Ernie's a great guy, but you just can't allow that. It's a blot on his administration forever.
Oh, there's got to be some young geniuses out there in this region who know how to fix those old engines with all this technology, this 3D technology we hear about. So
I agree with you.
I hope somebody, some young 18-year-old kid or 21-year-old engineer got to take on the challenge.
Thank you, Barbara. That is a great one. Lance and Nat so far are tied. When I saw those kids, they were on a field trip, and I think they may have been putting in their cameo. I'm broadcasting from the convention boardroom, which are extremely nice to me. I come outside because I see them on it. I didn't say anything. I just couldn't say, kids, get off that tram car. You know, it's the one with the, oh, my God, that is great. Unacceptable. She's right. You mean to say they scoured the earth? And I could see Mayor Ernie going, come on. You know how much this would cost? And are we beaten down by it? Do people just go and accept it? If you tell them, what are you making a big deal out of the tram car for? Maybe next they'll change the voice of the tram car lady. You know.
That'd be even worse.
Oh, well, but after a couple years, people will go, so what?
Mm-hmm.
855-839-1210. I'll tell you one thing doesn't change. Roe, as you know, is very peaceful, civility and all that. When we're down there, the national anthem plays. And some people, you have to picture hundreds, if not thousands of people at attention, hand over heart. And this guy just walking through, and then he starts to strut through. I see some guys balling up their fists like this and their wife grabbing their arm. They were ready just to pummel him and leave him right there on the board.
Like that guy at the Cubs game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like it'll never change. If you can't stop for that, are you that oblivious? Well, I'm from a foreign country. Well, go back then if you weren't told to stop for it. What do you think everybody is standing there for in the broiling sun on the boardwalk?
Yeah, like you don't have to, that's the thing. If you're not from this country, just have the reverence.
Yes, you have to say, what's going on, and stop. But this guy's eating a donut, marching through it, and he's holding the hand of his kid. Bad attention. The kid will grow up to be doing this. Those are two good challenges. Come on now. Can you, I see another one here. Can you get to that? Something you won't change on. So Lance had don't tell me coffee's cold. He said, I'm not bending a knee to that. I could see
we got to get Lance some cold brew or something.
Oh, I could just see Lance. You trying to convince him of that. And then the other, the EV stuff. Look, they had ran into a problem. There's got to be engineers out there that could solve that, though. And then you publicize their engineering company. You make them the day in Wildwood. Is it not worth preserving? You go, well, people really don't care. Soon you won't need a boardwalk. You won't need boards or whatever. You just put cement on there. So what?
Oh, man.
855-839-1210. Jump on board. More of your calls are next. By the way, I've been highlighting this today. And Henry's trying to get on the guy we had on. They almost put in jail, except Trump was elected. That's why he didn't go to jail. The surgeon involved with the big Texas Children's Hospital. The Texas Children's Hospital now is opening a detransition clinic, meaning not just the opposing so-called gender-affirming care. They're saying we're trying to repair the damage. So who's right? People seeing this that clearly, or Children's Hospital of Philadelphia gone wild with this? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have the, those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending $10,000 on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly hasn't.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season. Be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Keep your savings on track while you make lasting summer memories with the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money's always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates too. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show, and let me link this to something. Sometimes with President Trump, maybe one of the worst flaws, he knows somebody, they get his ear. It's not just Trump, though. But I'm watching play out this morning, it's come to light. Under this NCAA sports reform bill, they would get rid of, essentially, in NCAA anyhow, and I've seen this in Wall Street Journal and others, the women's sports laws. Title IX would go away. Now, they're not doing it, as I understand it, because of trans. They're doing it because of people like Nick Saban and others. They don't like how much college athletes, this NIL money and all that, all this stuff that's happened. I get some of it. It seems to cause competitive this, that, or the other. I have a bias toward, for too long, college athletes didn't get anything. This is, as long as it's above board and you can see it. But what they've done now, you could see that when it comes to college sports, Title IX would not apply. Republican senators are trying to get an amendment to keep women's sports laws in place. How the heck do you suddenly get into something like this to cause another problem? It's ridiculous. But this apparently is one of the things they're focused on today as they try to get out of Dodge rather than the Save America Act. Now, Dave McCormick's coming on at 2:30. I'm not sure if he's aware on this. I may, we got a ton of big things with him. But this is pretty sad stuff if you would no longer have Title IX. And that would play into the trans thing big time in addition to everything else. How in the world would a sports bill, well, it's in there, that it would just be based upon state laws, not the governing law from Congress. That's why we have Title IX. And Title IX, in my view, is one of the greatest. I wouldn't say it ranks up there with the GI Bill. I don't see anything beating the GI Bill. To me, is just something that had benefit. I don't see any of the downside of it. Just a beautiful moment with that. But Title IX helped to establish female sports, which is one of the best inventions in our lifetime. Call it an invention. Call it what you want. I mean, I've seen it myself. It allowed women the space to benefit all the things in sports that men were gaining. Leadership skills, camaraderie, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, all those things. And now, if these maniacs get this passed, I was unaware of this. If they get this passed, then apparently without these amendments, it would be state by state. It would not be Title IX. And particularly now, with the whole trans debate, and I don't think there was intentionality to do this around trans. I need to hear, and I often ask for this. Maybe you've never called. I need to hear from female athletes. When we have Martina White on, people like that, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, they go back, and some of these pioneers, from a few years back, of their playing of college sports and what it meant to them to have the same sort of enjoyment and all the things that you gain by playing and competing at a fairly high level. You don't forget those things. Those last a lifetime, particularly the fun of it. 855-839-1210. My God, it's like every second you have to watch these. I apologize. We were unaware of this, and we just saw it this morning as they're trying to clean up all these things. And the GOP suddenly saying, if we don't put these amendments in the Wall Street Journal, they will now not have this as a congressional, the NCAA will not recognize this. This is one of the most corrupt, befuddled groups. They belong up there with the Philadelphia School District as a fraudulent group. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom Henry, as always, it's good to talk to you. And I'll just keep it short in that I hope JD and whatever they're doing in the Senate works. John Thune said that we should make the SAVE Act a campaign issue, and that is such a swamp creature response. Let's get donations off of this without doing anything about the problem.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's got to go big time politically. Trump has said, no, I'm not endorsing him. He's got to go.
Yep, I think replacing him should be a campaign issue for 2028.
Exactly.
I hope he gets primaried.
Yep.
But I'll get right to my side answer, Dom. I am going to go with meat alternatives or fake meat. I don't care. I don't care if it's soy. I don't care if it's tofu. Dom, I don't even care if it's the Impossible Whopper. I want real meat. They're talking about us getting our protein from grasshoppers and bugs. I'm sorry, Dom, but my ancestors did not fight their way to the top of the food chain so I could eat bugs. These people are completely out of their minds. Leave our cows alone. I'll leave it there, Dom. I hope you guys have a great
I'm in
weekend.
such a quandary already. We're only halfway through this, almost the halfway mark, and I got Lance Roberts and Barbara's, and I don't know which one I'm going to vote for. Of a change they will not accept. Yeah, we're not going to be on the EV-driven tram car and stopping and getting the Impossible meat at Joey Merlino's. I don't think they'll be serving it there.
No.
All right. We have somebody in Henry's camp. I'm conceding Halloween is becoming more directed to adults today. I don't think it should. That's where I'm not arguing that it is. Yeah. 855-839-1210. What's the kids' holiday then? What is the holiday left for kids? Christmas? No, come on. That's universal.
It's not that it's taking it away from kids. It's just also geared towards the adults.
It changes the vibe. I think it's...
Does it?
Oh, yeah. I think Halloween should be less sophisticated. It should be apple bobbing, kids trick-or-treating. That's it. Not this whole grand spectacular.
You don't like it being spooky around town? What, are you scared?
All right, you can get in. I'm still worked up that I didn't see this, that the NCAA would get rid of Title IX, essentially. Wow, what the heck? How did they get this far? What are Republicans doing? All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Jump on board. Something coming off today's the day that Bonds broke the home run record that you do not accept officially. Whatever dictates go out there, you're not going to call it that or accept it that like the Impossible meat. 855-839-1210. All right, let's talk for a minute, though, about the fact that for more than 40 years, Rescue has been in our camp. Rescue natural supplements have helped people take charge of their health. And right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs. During their customer appreciation sale going on right now, save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use the promo code VIP50. So whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas you know and trust, or experience the difference Rescue can make for the very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak with a product consultant. They're ready to help you right now find the supplements that fit your health needs. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50% right now and get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. That promo code to use, VIP50. That's VIP50 at res-q.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
High heat and humidity remain in the forecast. The heat advisory is in effect today. We'll have sunshine and clouds with some late day strong to severe storms with a high 93, but feeling more like 100. And then for tonight, chance for showers and storms early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 76. And Saturday, another hot, humid day, partly sunny with a high 93.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. So, a Halloween Friday in August here. August has no juice. We got to put Halloween into it. Ennis Freedom. Do you remember Ennis Freedom? I mean, for several years, he was a really good player. Then he was a backup. You know what? I can hear those two women for the New York Times. Backup player, kicked out of can't play in the NBA. Well, Ennis Freedom, he's about 6'10", 6'11", has just announced he wants to play in the WNBA. He wants to try out. He wants to or be drafted by the WNBA. Now, remember who he is. Remember his play. Remember Turkey trying to kidnap him. Remember all the stuff. We've had him on. In addition to that, if the WNBA will not give him whatever the mechanism would be, I guess of a tryout or draft him, the American Policy Institute is representing him, meaning they will sue instantly, and I think this will happen in a matter of days. That is the Stephen Miller Group. Wally Zimmerlong, our attorney's a member of. We're trying to contact them right now. So Ennis Freedom wanting to play in the WNBA. Now, on one hand, you could say, don't you guys ever let up? We get this all the time with the women on The View. Why do you talk about this? Why do you play it? Well, we play it because this represents the premier, I know that's hard to believe, female-dominated show. It's The View. It's Barbara Walters. It was marketed as that. There is no show, or really hasn't been a show, given that kind of platform. And because the stuff they say is so ignorant, bitter, and ridiculous, that it's great fodder for talk radio. So I'll admit it. Of course we're going to play it. Are you crazy? So why in the world does Ennis Freedom want to get into it? Because the WNBA, look, this is the way it works to get an issue out there. You need not just the issue, but you need a vehicle. And the WNBA has been exposed. It started with Caitlin Clark. It started with that because the women in that league were going to rough her up. They don't like it. Their complaint, she gets too much attention. She's not that good. Some of it is she's white. More, maybe. She's a straight white female. In a league, I don't know that I would say dominated by women because some are not out in the open. Some are, who knows. But there is this undercurrent of a great number of women who are gay, and that plays into stuff. I mean, that's a fair statement, in addition to the racial part of this. And this was their little club subsidized by the NCAA. And suddenly, with Clark, it got put on the radar screen. People are going, what? And now the trans issue with Sophie Cunningham has burst. And even though tennis players talked about it, they're not under fire. Cunningham is. And I kind of get why some of that and not, et cetera. So now the breaking news, Ennis Freedom, who's been on our show a couple times, and we have his, we're trying to get in touch with him, has just announced he wants to play in the WNBA. Now,
I just congratulated him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Did you hear back from him?
No, not yet.
Okay. I thought you might say, well, I could play point guard, Henry, if you want to take that role.
Well, I might as well, yeah.
I'm sure Greg Stocker would be all on board with this because we really have an insider then. You better not disappoint, though. You better score 50 at least. Why are people itching to do? You're going to hear that. Why are they doing it? And you're going to hear those two women we played you yesterday. Do we have those two? I think we kept them for this very reason. Yep. Yes. Listen to these two yesterday. And we'll stop it when they go after Riley Gaines. Two women who are on a sports channel, but like a soap opera version of The Athletic, which is now owned by the New York Times, covering sports. And their way to demean Riley Gaines is to say a not very good swim, or whatever language they use. And Henry looked it up. Her credits, she was in the top 100th of 1% of the best swimmers those years, arguably, if not in the world, in the United States.
12-time All-American,
yes.
5-time SEC champion.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you say she's not an accomplished swimmer? She wasn't necessarily the best swimmer, and she did beat Leah Thomas in one race, a 6'4" male parading around. Listen to these two, though. This is the angle of attack, and this is exactly what they'll do with Ennis Freedom. And I bet on Twitter right now, you have some of them, Henry, saying, I wish Turkey had kidnapped him and brought him home and his father. Oh, yeah, I bet on Twitter right now that's where they're going. Is this a stunt? You're darn right it's a stunt. Here's a little bit of the two female sports analysts. Here's what they said.
Sophie Cunningham has just continued to fan the flames here.
Yeah.
And she most recently posed with Riley Gaines, who was a swimmer, not even a very good one, who is super anti-trans women in sports.
Okay, let's stop it right there. Not even, she's such a dolt, and this is your show that you're doing. You're going to make the charge Riley Gaines and not a very good one. Don't you have to remember, this is owned by the New York Times, The Athletic. All they do is sports. If you're going to make that comment in sport, do you not have to put a sentence or two in Madeline Hill and Charlotte Wilder? Thank you. A sentence or two saying why you're saying and not a very good one. You just can't continue this diminishing of people like Riley Gaines or anybody else who are accomplished. Not that it matters. I don't think the woman that we've heard as a guest who swam at Penn and was threatened and couldn't do, I don't think she was nearly as accomplished as Riley Gaines, but she set Penn records, and those women got their records back with Leah Thomas. They talked about Leah Thomas strutting around naked in the locker room. Again, they want to die on this hill. So they're probably thinking, oh, man, this is going to show how fanatic these talk radio guys are, that they're touting, oh, boy. Now, if he hasn't played in 2 or 3, 4 years, I'm not sure what, something like that, in the NBA. But I bet after period of training, back and forth and all that. Henry, I'd say the first game now, they may not pass him the ball. If he made it on they may not put him in. Then will there be a lawsuit on why will they not put this guy in? That's what it's going to come down. Oh, do you really want to do that? Yes. And if you're out there listening, do you want to do this? Or do you say, oh, come on, we're fighting these pathetic battles? No, this is a battle that will highlight the craziness here. No, I wouldn't be, if I were involved with somebody, would I be saying, yeah, let's say we're DJ or Luke, I want you to play in the WNBA to make a point. Or Henry, I'm not going to say that. If you're a marginal player, there'd be a lot of pressure. You may do pretty well, like that French trans woman. I think can rebound, but can't get off the floor. I don't know. It's going to be scoring a lot of points.
She plays like she's like a guy like Planet Fitness. That's the best way I can describe
exactly.
that.
Yeah, but rebounding and all, but they'll be looking at points. So that might be, I am really juiced up over this. This is just, I should have thought about it. And his freedom is out there lurking. And the American Policy Institute, that's Stephen Miller's big group of lawyers, they're already down as his attorneys to make this happen. This is better than the high school players playing him. Because I just see some of these WNBA coaches and these women, they've been in this little club, and because of Caitlin Clark and the attacks on Clark, it has suddenly been exposed as what? What are these people doing here? Even though some of them are pretty good. There's just a clubbiness about this, and they want to maintain that and go down that path. Would he score 50 points in a game? Probably not, because they won't pass him the ball. But if they were playing a normal kind of thing, I could easily see him scoring 50 points every game. How would they play him? I mean, who could guard him in this league? I don't think anybody. I don't think he can block him. That's the first thing.
Double him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get the ball and all that. True. But once he gets the ball, if you can't be blocked, if it were me and I know I can't be blocked, I'm going to shoot right from the opening gun. I'm firing away to the end, till your arms fall. I'll shoot 100 shots. Why not? All right, more calls coming up. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You can jump in right now. This is a really interesting, remember the big picture of this. You can see what's happening here. The two sides are colliding even more. Texas Children's Hospital now is opening up a detransition trans clinic. Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is just saying, no, we're not giving an inch on this. We're going to continue to do these ghastly operations. It's hurtful to me. Luke was in there. You know, I've talked about it over the years. I used to praise them. I can't praise them at all. I still admit what they do with infants. I get all that. But you know what? This is so despicable. I can't be in their corner. Maybe you've had experience with them too, and it's harsh, but that's the way it comes down. Love to get your reaction to this, and hit us something you won't change on despite directives from society. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Could this year get any worse?
Dom Giordano presents Progressive Women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone Wild.
All right, we have 2 of them today, but so much news, we'll save one of them up for Monday. But the star is always Jennifer Welsh and the sidekick. They're talking about we shouldn't even answer these people. How dare they? If we want to campaign with Hassan Piker, what's the big deal? Here's Progressive Women Gone Wild.
And then they trot out these candidates and try, like Mike Rogers, and try to get you to think that he's actually going to service Michiganders. And they know he won't. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, Abdul El-Sayed, he must be a terrorist. He must be this insane person. Well, they've run against him and they can't dig up any dirt on him at all. They've tried. They say, oh, he campaigned with Hassan Piker. Who gives a tough tits. Get over it. All of you are campaigning with J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, etc. Go f*** yourselves. I am so sick of this bullshit narrative that somehow who the Democrats campaign with is this horrible thing. Look at the monsters running this country into the ground.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see. In the campaign, this delusion is not going to hold up. I think people are going to say, even if they don't like J.D. Vance, Hassan Piker might be a little different. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me go to Tony in Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Tony.
Hey, Dom. First-time caller, but 20-year listener.
Oh, wow. Thank you. And Halloween is the thing that got you to call in. Oh, my goodness.
It's my birthday. I mean, come on,
right.
what else?
Okay.
And I've been doing it professionally for costume contests for 25 years.
Okay.
Pretty much since the one thing I wouldn't give up is trick-or-treating, but trunk-or-treating I can accept because it's much safer. But the problem with that profitability for the retailers is people don't decorate their houses anymore. So it used to be back in the 70s that one person that didn't have Halloween decorations was probably the one that probably got soaped and egged and everything else the most because they didn't celebrate. Today, you're lucky to get 3 people on the block to have Halloween decorations up during the season. But the most profitable day for Halloween to fall on is Saturday. It's falling on Saturday this year. I'm going to tell you why. Because you have parties on both weekends. So you can celebrate the weekend before and the weekend, of Halloween, but nobody tends to celebrate the weekend after Halloween. So if Halloween falls on a Monday or Tuesday, it's kind of dead. So,
but tell me, why are our young adults so driven to this? What are they suddenly replacing that Halloween gives them.
I can explain it at all the casinos. They have big giant contests, and they have a big DJ, and the parties are crazy. I mean, even I got bar crawl tickets yesterday offered to me for Halloween for the day of Halloween, and that's the bar crawl where you go to different bars and everything. So, and then they give out prizes. The prizes are everything right now because the younger generations, I can win something. Oh my God, So, like, I start getting my stuff prepped in the beginning of August. So I have a great costume that'll beat everybody else out. So I'm spending my money to do this, that, and preparation.
Well, what's your costume? Can you reveal? What are you going to go as?
I'm not revealing this year's costume because everybody knows me, and I usually do win. But I've spent.
All right.
I was actually Harley Quinn one year, and it took me 2 weeks just to paint the gun. Okay, the way that the movie would depict it.
Oh my God!
So
unbelievable.
Yes, there's people that do this.
Well, I'm very glad you called in with that, Tony. Do you have a side today? What is it you will not recognize?
I won't recognize Mischief Night. How's that?
All right, that's good,
really
Tony.
easy.
Well, enjoy. Thank you, Tony. All right, there you go. All right, so it is a thing here. All right, we got that going on. We're monitoring the Ennis Freedom bombshell that just came down. The WNBA regs don't say anything. I mean, based upon my legal training, Linda Kearns, I would say that, yes, they can't keep him out. Now, they're going to sue. They're not going to let this happen. But then how are they going to be making all these statements about? Here's one, Henry. Do we have that Gibby woman or Gabby? Gabby woman. Is it Gabby Williams? Did I give you that one? I thought I did, just to have that on tap. She plays in the WNBA.
I don't have that.
Okay. I think she's a pretty good player. I've only heard her a little bit. And she said I'd have a problem with a male or trans or whatever on my team or another team. Well, if Ennis Freedom is out there, how are you going to have balance of competition? Will somebody else get another, out of the NBA male to come and play, to guard him in the finals? This is fraught with a lot of mischief here. And what are those two ladies, Madeline Hill and Charlotte Wilder, going to say for The Athletic? This is outrageous. It's Trump, I tell you. Trump did it. All right, coming up, great Victoria Coates from the Heritage Foundation. President Trump is personally involved now with the negotiations to open up the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see what she thinks about that, and what does she think about the Michigan nominee. All straight ahead in Dom's Money Melody on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
There's also different clientele at a casino Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. versus 2 a.m. on a Friday night. If you don't have money in your pocket, you shouldn't be allowed in a casino because so many people just loiter there, make it a bad experience for other people that are trying to have some fun with their disposable income. I'm always amazed by a 65-year-old grandmother who can sit at a slot machine for hours and just keep pulling the lever.
Yep.
It blows me away.
Look, they have buses from this area
that
take senior citizens early in the morning.
You don't have to go to Atlantic City. You got to park.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute. The 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11-millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of one per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's time to step up to the plate. The summer sell-out event at Barlow is here. Add Barlow discounts to factory rebates, and these deals are knocking it out of the park. The GMC lineup is stacked with power with the Sierra leading the way. The Buick lineup combines style, comfort, and confidence. Slide into Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury before these deals are out of here, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, big 2 o'clock hour. We have Dom's Money Melody from the Heritage Foundation. Briefly, we should be talking with Dr. Victoria Coates. More happening today with Iran. I'm in a camp that doesn't think we're anywhere near or closer to any kind of moving off this and settlement as we churn toward the midterm. She may think differently, though, and she's inside this. If you missed it in the last hour, what a last hour. The battle over Halloween taking up retail space from, say, early August all the way through to Halloween. Retailers can't get enough of it. It fills the gaps there. And that's it. Then we're on to Christmas. Nothing else. Is that, over the years, people have been bothered by that kind of trend. But Ennis Freedom. Remember Ennis Freedom played power forward. I don't know if you played center sometimes. Some years he averaged double figures in rebounds for various teams. He started to make news because Turkey is a dictatorship. Erdogan, they didn't like what he was saying, and they wanted to kidnap him. And he now just announced he wants to play in the WNBA, and the American Policy Institute, Stephen Miller, are his representatives. All right, youtube.com/1210. You can see, I guess, from the Heritage Foundation, or she may be at home. I'm not sure on Fridays. Our Friday visitor, Dr. Victoria Coates, and Dr. Coates, of course, from the vice president of the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Been waiting since the beginning of the week, Dr. Coates, to talk to you about this. Mike Rogers running in Michigan, his pedigree, as I remember him, his distinguishing thing, he was always a big intelligence policy, those issues, national security. Does that play out, do you think, in this race against the Democrat nominee in Michigan?
Now, this is going to be one of the most interesting races of this cycle, and it's an interesting cycle. So that's up against some stiff competition, Dom. But this one with, Mike Rogers, and, I know Mike. I was actually on the WABC in New York channel with him about 2 weeks ago. chatting about these issues. He's very serious on national security. He is very serious on intelligence. He knows a whole lot more than most House members know, and will, for that reason, be an excellent member of the Senate. But what we're seeing here is just this radical DSA candidate that the left has put up. And, he says, oh, I'm not a socialist. I'm like, no, you just might be a socialist when you espouse the kinds of policies that you do in terms of, abolishing the police, free lunch for everyone, free childcare, free Medicare. It's just an endless list. And, folks can argue, oh, he'd only be one in the Senate. Well, no, he wouldn't. He'd be another friend for Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and that whole very far left wing of the Democrat Party. So the Democrats are going to have to do some soul searching and decide who they are going into this race, how much they're going to sink into it to elect someone like that.
Well, I think the tell question, even on CNN, they had trouble gulping. They tried to lead him to a certain point about Israel. When he said that, no, he would not even sell Patriot missiles or defensive systems, even some on CNN said, you're essentially saying they can't protect their own civilians in Israel. And his answer is, well, that's not our problem. We should not be engaging in them because of what they do.
Right. And he says, oh, and it's not about the Jews, it's about the current government of Israel. Well, guess what? That's like somebody saying, I'm a Muslim, but I don't like Mecca very much. A friend of mine actually just posted a video about this on X. It's excellent. If you say, I am a Muslim, I respect Muslims, I love Muslims, but I don't like Mecca. It just you can't do that. So if you say, I love Israel, or I love my Jewish brothers and friends, but I hate Israel, you can't do it. So he's in a little bit of a cleft there of his own making. And, he's either going to have to come out and say, yes, I simply oppose the Zionist project. I oppose the modern state of Israel. I do not think it has a right to exist. Or he's going to have to modify some of these positions because, to say that the United States is not going to sell defensive weapon systems to an ally of some 80 years standing, for no reason. You just can't do that.
Haley Stevens, who ran against him, says that, yes, she knows that he will not recognize the right of Israel to exist, and yet she's still supporting him.
Oh, she's supporting him. Kamala Harris is coming in to campaign with him. Pete Buttigieg. All these so-called moderates, so-called reasonable people are falling in behind the DSA, behind the Democrat Socialists of America. Every time I say that acronym, I have to repeat the full name of it just to say that's what the Democrats are associating themselves with now, with the socialists, with this radical left-wing policy. And one interesting thing I wanted to just tuck in there, Dom, is I was at Heritage yesterday. I am in Philadelphia now. You might see my Phillies t-shirt that I'm wearing because we're going to go see Chase Utley get inducted
the man,
Wall
yes.
of Fame tonight.
Yep.
Very exciting. My son's nickname is Pocket Utley. I wrote about him when he was tiny, if you want to Google it. And he's now 22 and 6'3", and it's a little, time flies. But anyway, back to Heritage. So we had a very high Saudi engagement yesterday, and we were talking about this situation. And you might think, Saudi, the keeper of Mecca and Medina, obviously an intensely Muslim nation, very conservative, that they would be happy about this nomination. And he was saying, no, we don't want the loony left. Precisely that. We're conservatives. We don't understand how the issue of Islam has been co-opted by the hard left, by the socialists in the United States. They don't want it. So it's going to be a very interesting kind of challenge, for those of us who do engage with the Muslim world, who are very frankly and unabashedly pro-Israel, to navigate what's happening here in our country. And, my old boss, Senator Cruz, had a very important hearing this week on the Muslim Brotherhood here in America, and the Democrats boycotted it. They wouldn't even come talk about the issue. And that's where they are on this. It's very, very dangerous.
Without a doubt. Wanted to talk with you, too, about something dangerous in your perspective. Dave McCormick's coming up after you, Dr. Victoria. I just saw a bill about rural utilities, water, particularly Cape May, in focus here. Do the Iranians have the capability to be fooling around with that? That's what the fear is this week.
No, it is. And please give Senator McCormick my best. He's just doing a fantastic job for all of us in Pennsylvania. And I'm particularly heartened by how well he's working with Senator Fetterman. I didn't think I would be saying this 5 years ago, but wow, we have really good representation in the Senate right now as a Commonwealth. But no, this is really, really frightening. So we have these widespread attacks. It started in Minnesota. We saw some more in Michigan. Now we're seeing them in New Jersey, where apparently Iranian-linked hackers are trying to get into our water system. And so for all the folks who have been crying about war crimes in Iran, if the president were to strike desalination plants, bridges, that kind of thing that they define as civilian infrastructure, even though it is controlled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, here in the United States, it is actually civilian infrastructure controlled by the states, not by any element of our military. And so that is, the definition of civilian infrastructure. That's what the Iranians are going after, what the regime is going after. So, we have to be concerned about these hackers. They're likely not in the United States, although we can't say that definitively. But we also need to then be concerned about what crept across our southern border during the Biden administration when we had no border. And we know for a fact some number of Iranian nationals with affiliations to the IRGC came into the United States and were not apprehended. So, or God forbid, deported. So we have these people here. We don't know where they are. They were not tracked. They were not in any way taken care of in a rational manner. And so not only do we have to be very concerned about these hacker attacks on civilian infrastructure, we all have to be hugely alert for potential attacks from any sleeper cells that may be here.
Yeah, if that doesn't bring it home and what they would do with a nuclear weapon, when you hear water in Cape May, right here, people, summertime, all of us, Cape May County, it's stunning what we're up against here.
No, indeed. And I think your point about why this is so critical for the president to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon now is the centerpiece of this. They would use it. Look what they've just done to the whole world with the Strait of Hormuz, with the one piece of influence they have. They are willing to take these very extreme actions in the pursuit of their very maximalist goals. And so, attacking something like Cape May, I'm not inviting an attack on a major city or military installation, but there's a logic to that. Who goes after Cape May? It's the nicest place on earth and, certainly doesn't have any agency in the war. And what it goes to is the fact that they are terrorists. They're not here to fight a normal war. They're here to terrorize the American people. And God forbid they would have a nuclear weapon to do it.
Is it your judgment, though? I go back and forth, and you are my go-to on this. Are there people in their government who are not religious fanatics, using that meaning, this grand plan they had of doomsday and all the stuff we'll talk about? They're just grifters. They're wanting to get along in that society. They'll do anything too, I guess. But I'm more concerned if it's fueled religiously. I liken back, we just had the anniversary of Hiroshima, and the Japanese were not going to surrender because they had not given up on the emperor, as I believe the Germans pretty much had given up on Hitler. That concerns me. If they have that kind of control based on that, it doesn't seem like the people believe in that.
No, they really don't. About 90% of them think that there should be some kind of systematic change to the government of Iran. So this is not a popular regime, but the regime itself does have that element of the hardliners who believe that they are preparing for the sort of second coming of the hidden imam. I don't pretend to be an expert in this, but they seem to think that's a desirable outcome, even though it essentially leads to the destruction of the planet. But that's who these people are. And yes, I think the grifters, and I think that's a great word for them, are folks we probably can work with because what they're going to want to do is preserve themselves, their families, figure out some way to go live in Sochi with Bashar al-Assad. I'm fine with that. I would like them to be brought to justice, but if we can also manage this process through that kind of off-ramp, fine. Happens all the time. But then, you have the crazies. And the question is, who is actually calling the shots? And there was a lot of reporting today that the new supreme leader, the one who came into power in March, the son of the old one, this one's name is Mushtaba Khamenei. The old one was Ali Khamenei. He was eliminated in the first day of Operation Epic Fury. But nobody has seen Mushtaba since he became supreme leader. There are rumors that President Pezeshkian, who's one of the lead grifters, has said that he would not be surprised to get the news that he had met his martyrdom soon. Now, that's richly deserved. I have no opposition to that, but it's going to be a further breakdown in the command and control of Iran. Now, that makes it really hard to negotiate with them because you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know if that person has the power to implement what they're promising. But at the same time, it's also an opportunity we can exploit, to increase that fracturing, decentralized decision making. Then they start making mistakes, and the rest of the world is pretty much united against them. And so this is going to be a really interesting phase.
Without a doubt. Well, Doctor, thank you. Any week is great, but particularly today. Thanks for your amplifications on several issues. Enjoy tonight. Is Utley your favorite Philly of all time, or is there somebody else?
I have to say he is my son's favorite Philly of all time, and he is my second favorite, my favorite being lefty, Steve Carlton. Dating a little bit, but that's the fact of the matter.
Absolutely. Enjoy. Thanks, Doctor, very much.
Have fun with Senator McCormick. Thanks, Tom.
You. All right, there's Dr. Victoria Coates. We can't bring you anything better. And I'm going to talk. We had a whole laundry list because McCormick hasn't been on in a while. But I just saw a bill drop of rural protection, yada, 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 of a bunch of senators, utilities, but they mean water, too. Are you aware of that? The Iranians fooling around. They did it in Minnesota to some degree, but trying to get into the water supply in Cape May County. Henry, get Mike Testa on the phone. That sounds like they might go against the oyster industry at some point. Can you imagine what would happen? Oh, man, that's it. He's gone over there himself and settling this. Far. That's a step too. The water, all right, water's water. But their pride, the oyster industry, soon Mulligan's drinking supplies would be under. We can't have that. We just can't. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board the water supply, though. What is the leverage to deal with them, though? That is still the question. Right now, though, we got another bigger question. Henry's moment. It's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
We are playing today for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus Chesapeake Bay Sox at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Sunday, August 16th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com.
Yeah, Dom, so side question, we're asking for those all-time changes, and I feel like a change you won't accept, I should say.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of changes you won't accept actually happened during the Money Melody here, where I'll play you a song, and you just reject the entire premise that this person could be covering, a certain song. Exactly. Like, no, this song belongs to this band and this band only. And I have a feeling you're going to feel the same way about this cover I'm going to play you today, as it's going to be a cover song of the Rolling Stones. This band covering the Rolling Stones here today, very unique kind of band. They actually formed after witnessing the 1970 Kent State Massacre. Okay. It actually gave them their name. And in order to cover this Rolling Stones song, they had to be played for Mick Jagger, who allegedly stood up and started dancing to it and then gave them their blessing afterwards. So I want to know the name of this band, this very unique band, covering I Can't Get No Satisfaction.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I want to know this very unique band with a very unique sound.
This should not be allowed. I'm not part of this, just so everyone knows. I had nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with it.
Sean's in there saying he had nothing to do with this. This is all on Henry. Halloween Henry is on this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's take a listen here. What do you think, Tom? Is this your type of cover?
The beginning, I was going to ask you, and I don't want to give anything away, sounded like from a film that you think is not Hall of Fame, but close.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not sure if the Stones did it and they changed it up a bit. I'll tell you during the break. The film. Yeah. After that, it really degenerated. It's brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just brutal. I'm surprised it's allowed. I'm surprised some of these artists just said that.
So you're rejecting this change to the Stones song?
I'm rejecting it, hugely. It's almost the level of national anthem rejection of what some people do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 855-83, Mundo Soso rejection. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you're off to see the Reading Phillies.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending $10,000 on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly hasn't.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mainline Today said it, and we couldn't agree more. Kathy Romano is officially the best music radio DJ in Philadelphia. Hear Philly's best every weekday morning on B101, The Kathy Romano Show.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com. The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dom's Money Melody. I would say this is maybe an iconic top 10 possibly being butchered today. Not at least top 20 all-time song.
I knew you would hate it.
It's at least when what's her face did it's the
Taylor Swift
music
did,
the moment
Lose
Taylor
Yourself.
Swift. That was kind of funny, and Joe Pesci doing something, but this is just blasphemy. Listen to the clue. That's the part from the film, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the beginning. All right, let's end this misery quickly with a winner out of the box. Ed in Bucks County. Ed, what's your answer?
Yep. My answer is Devo.
All right, very nice, Ed. Enjoy the Reading Phillies and the film Goodfellas. And I don't think they played very much, just that vibe in the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember they did it. You know, it was something that juiced you up, just the chaos, the murder in the air, that kind of thing. It seems to be fairly early on in the film, though, once they've established stuff in Goodfellas, which Henry rejects as a great film. We all know that.
It's just a good film. They're just good
better
films.
than good. Okay. Not top 10. Maybe top 100, though. No? Top 1,000?
Yeah, at least top 1,000.
Okay.
A lot of movies out there.
Okay. 855-839-1210. Side question. Hit us with something you refuse to go with this change. Coming off Bonds today, allegedly, broke Hank Aaron's home run record. And so did his doctor helping him, or doctors. Ennis Freedom, though. We're going to move heaven and earth to get him on. This is a big moment with all this WNBA nonsense. Their bylaws, as I read them, would not prevent him. Their public statements certainly say he should be able to play. So what should they do? Well, they just say he's not good enough, Henry. That's what they're going to say. You know, he can't play anymore. We're going to have some of these idiot women analysts breaking this down and saying, well, I don't think he's that good on defense anymore. Yep. I mean, I saw a woman out there yesterday, and a heavier player can make it. She's white with blonde hair. I'm trying to remember the team. Heck of a stroke on a three-point shot, but she looks to be 20 or 30 pounds overweight. And I just can't see the speed of the game and all, how defensively you'd be able to do that. What I'm saying is, anything they say about Ennis Freedom having lost a step, really? How many players do they have that are 6'10" or better and could average double-figure rebounds in the NBA? I don't think so, you know?
Right.
And it's not like he's 60 or something. He played 5 years ago, it seems.
Yeah, 4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago. Okay.
He's in his 30s, mid-30s.
Yeah, mid-30s. Yeah, he definitely could play in the WNBA. So then, if they put him on a team, they'll put him on the bench. I haven't seen on Twitter yet Kentucky kidnapping. You're going to see it by tonight, though. We're going to see it. And the capper is that the Stephen Miller American Policy First Policy Institute are the lawyers, and we know one of the key lawyers. This is, what an end to the week with this. Let's go to Michael in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, what's yours today? What do you have?
Hey, Tom, how are you, my good sir? It's good to speak with you again today.
Well, I am
So, Dom,
very well, Michael. I am just wishing we had more hours today because we know Ennis Freedom. You know, we're in touch with him. We have his cell, et cetera. Yeah.
Well, I can't believe it. You know, I shouldn't say I can't believe it, but when something, you know, is shocking, then when this happens and you report it, it's just par for the course, because this guy has no business even trying out for the WNBA, and I hope that is just squashed immediately. I really do. I'm sickened by this.
You're on the other side. I hope he plays.
Oh God!
No, there's an argument.
No,
You think it's just defiling the sport and all? Well, they deserve it because of this attitude, and you don't see this as helpful once and for all establishing this trans stuff as ridiculous.
No, of course I can. I just find everyone's trying to push the envelope as much as possible for attention, for news, and I'm just sick of it. I mean, it just has to end. But hey, listen, if he wants to go and embarrass himself, and the league wants to embarrass himself, that's fine. Go ahead, go as far as you can, and then like you just said, Dom, like let the actual league finally, you know, embarrass themselves and show everybody like this should not be allowed. That's fine. I just personally am like, I wish it would just stop before it even got, you know, any further than that.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I hear that. I'll keep that in mind because I really value your opinion, as you know. So what's your side, Michael?
I appreciate that. Yeah, my side, Dom, is that I cannot bend the knee when I hear more and more people saying cats are better than dogs. I just can't do it because I never heard a crazy dog person. I always hear crazy cat person. I don't hear a Westminster cat show. I hear a Westminster dog show, and I don't see anybody taking their cat to the beach or the park. It's only the dogs going to the park or the beach. So I cannot get on board when people like cats are better than dogs. Can't do it. Nope.
That is a great one, although Freddie would differ at home right now. He's saying I'm cuter than those cats, without a doubt. I'm sure Roe would join in.
Steaming.
All right, scheming. That's right. The cats are not going to do that. You're thinking the dog, run around out there all the time for the pleasure of these people. We'll do what we want. All right, coming up, Senator Dave McCormick, a lot to unpack. The Save America Act, will they recess or not? But also, I want to ask him, he's one of the sponsors of this bill to protect utilities in rural America. We just talked to Victoria Coates about the Iranians potentially attacking the water in Cape May County. 855-839-1210. You get in right now. We'll talk with Senator McCormick. You know, going to the dentist makes a lot of people nervous. If that's you, you're far from alone. Many people put off dental treatment for years. We had a woman didn't go to a dentist for 8 years from Ocean City that eventually we got to Dr. Bentz, and everything was great with her, and she's a continuing patient. The Bentz Dental Group, comfort comes first. They are excellent in this, like everything else. 12 years I've been a patient. Dr. Robert Bentz, Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontist, understand that every patient is different. There's no one-size-fits-all approach, and every treatment plan, every patient experience, customized to each individual's comfort level. At Bentz Dental Group, Dr. Robert Bentz, Dr. Emily Bentz, take the patient at a pace that fits them, listening first, explaining every step, ensuring they will be informed and in control. Bentz Dental Group provides a calming, compassionate environment, several options to ease comfort. By the time you schedule your appointment and experience the Bentz Dental Group, you'll be saying, I wished I had not waited so long. Don't let fear keep you from that smile and quality of life that you deserve. Schedule a consultation with the Bentz Dental Group. Discover how comfortable modern dentistry can be. 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat.
Bonjour, monsieur. Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy.
Pardon, vous avez dit un chat?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like, the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat.
Chat.
Please, I'm so itchy.
Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Matisse, j'ai un client qui demande un chat.
Oh, my goodness. I thank you. It's just a chat, really, just a...
Voilà.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season. Be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fanswithap.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's always a great time to bring on Dave McCormick, Senator Dave McCormick, but particularly right in the middle of breaking news here. Let's go to the Senator. Senator, welcome in. Again, Victoria Coates talking about the historic partnership with Fetterman and how reassured we are. Finally, here in the Commonwealth, she was on earlier this hour.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Well, very well, very well. Senator, I saw on Twitter that your name is one of the co-sponsors, I guess, on this bill about rural communities and the utility protection. Particularly, we're thinking water. And we talked to Victoria Coates about this, the attempted attack maybe by Iranian hackers. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, well, listen, this is, clearly the risk is growing dramatically. Last year alone, there were something like 1,100 cyber attacks focused on our utilities. And the nature of these attacks is becoming even more sophisticated, and AI, frankly, makes it even more sophisticated and more potentially disruptive. So, and in a time of conflict with Iran, Iran is one of the premier cyber security threats in the world. So this legislation is meant to ensure funding for cybersecurity hardening for rural utilities. And we've got, a lot of those across Pennsylvania. There's something like 800,000 Pennsylvanians that are served by them. And this is meant to help them harden their capabilities, working closely with DHS, so they won't be vulnerable to these kinds of threats. And, this is part of a broader, and we can talk about this if you'd like, Don, but a part of a broader focus that I'm trying to bring to our national security defense ecosystem and nationally, where I think Pennsylvania can really be the lead.
Well, you have made it that the case. And one of the questions I wanted to ask you, given that big conference that you had here, I guess, in Carlisle again, what does Dave McCormick say when we hear this issue with the war in Iran about munitions and what we need to do to come back to full speed? Where are we in your view?
Yeah. Well, that the munitions question, I would say, I think we are in no way constrained. In other words, we have the capability we need to prosecute the war with Iran. So I don't think there's any reason to believe that the commanders, Admiral Cooper and others, don't have the capability they need to continue the campaign that President Trump has started and that I support. With that said, we need radical transformation of our defense ecosystem, and that's what the summit was about. There's 3 things that have happened. The world's gotten more and more dangerous, Dom. The nature of warfare is changing dramatically. If you look at what's happening with Iran, you look at what's happening in Ukraine, 80% of the casualties in Ukraine, Russian casualties, are from drones. And so this new technology is changing the battlefield. And then finally, we've let our defense capabilities wither in America over the last 20 years, particularly under President Obama and Biden. And so what the summit was about was bringing new players to the table and new ways of doing things. So we need to rebuild our defense industrial base, like shipbuilding in Philadelphia with Hanwha, which is going to go from 1 ship a year to 20. But we also need to embrace these new emergent technologies. Drone capability is a good example, robots. And Pennsylvania should be the leader in America for those capabilities. And the summit had 1,300 people, 600 companies, most of them Pennsylvanians. We announced $10 billion of new investment, 5,000 new jobs. But it was really meant to bring all those folks together. And there's so much activity as we reform our defense ecosystem. We need to make sure Pennsylvania is at the forefront. Just let me give you an example. Zelensky was here at the Capitol last week. I was in a meeting with him. He told us that Ukraine's making 10,000 drones a day. I'm sad to say that America doesn't make anywhere close to 10,000 drones a day. We need to build that capability here at home, and Pennsylvania should be at the lead.
Absolutely. In your judgment, though, is that a resource issue, or is it an issue where they're thinking, I'm glad to hear at least, and you can tell our listeners, that the Ukrainians were taking their advice on this drone issue, not to say the U.S. military is not the greatest in the world, but this is a sign of it, that we're going with the people who are actually incredibly successful with this.
Totally. No, we're working hand in hand with the Ukrainians. I was in Europe 6 months ago. I went to Estonia, met our forces there, our lead general in Europe, and they're definitely extracting all the lessons from warfare, but also we're learning from how they're manufacturing. But this is a problem. The problem, there's a resource problem in the sense that I'm advocating more spending. But think about two things, Dom. Think about the pie. The size of our pie probably needs to be a little bit bigger. But the real problem is how you slice up that pie needs to be changed a lot. A lot of our investment looks backwards on platforms that were, from 30 years ago. And a bigger percentage needs to look forward on autonomy and robots, on AI, on drones. And again, I sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but Pennsylvania with the robotics at Carnegie Mellon, with the manufacturing, precision manufacturing, we got 300 companies in Pennsylvania, Dom, that just work in the satellite world that are suppliers to NASA and SpaceX. There's really no place in America that has the sophisticated manufacturing capability we do, and that's why we should be leading the wave here in terms of next generation warfare.
Well, it's serendipity, too, that's a large part of your focus and promotion of it. So it's great for Pennsylvania, but it's great for national defense. What can you tell us is happening as we count down? I know the Blanche nomination will be voted on with the Save America Act, where pretty early on you were one of the senators saying this is worth staying in Washington and not recessing.
Yeah, I basically have said from the day one. You were with me in this. You and I talked throughout, but I lost my first race by 900 votes, and I won my second by 15,000. So nobody feels more strongly about voter integrity than me, and I've been a leader on that from the beginning. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get the Democrats to come on board with this, and so we're looking at all the different ways to put pressure. Here's where I think we are. Potentially over the next day or two. I just left a lunch and still a lot of it's up in the air. We got to fund the government, pass the elections. I think that'll be a focus. We got to get Blanche confirmed. I think that we're going to vote on a budget resolution, I suspect, which is taking the House reconciliation bill and having our version of that and vote on that, which that has the Save America provisions in it. So I think we'll get a vote on that. I don't know when that'll be, but I think we'll get a vote on that. I think we're also going to probably get a vote on just voter ID alone and try to use that as a way to put additional pressure. I will say, I don't think there's a likely scenario where the original Save America Act, all the pieces get passed in one thing. I think we're going to have to possibly break it apart, and that's what the House bill did, the reconciliation bill. But we got to keep the pressure on. We got to make the Democrats defend something that's indefensible, because 80% of Americans are for voter ID and for proof of citizenship. And in the Senate, I'm going to be somebody who basically says, any way we can do that, we can do it. And I will stay as long as we need to stay if it's going to result in a vote where we can get this across the finish line.
With all these things, these big picture things there, your staff was good enough to tell us a couple of other areas that Dave McCormick really wants to talk to listeners about. This fraud case in Philadelphia, Dr. Oz made some stunning points when this came down. It's just incredible. And nationally, the midterm convention, this will be a focal point through Vice President Vance. What's your thoughts as we see this play out?
Well, that announcement in Philadelphia, 19 people indicted, millions of dollars from home health care, Medicaid fraud. This is unfortunately and sadly a pervasive problem across many of our federal programs. J.D. Vance, with the president's direction, is leading a fraud task force. He invited me over to the White House along with some of our Pennsylvania congressmen and some other senators, and we were talking about fraud and what we needed to do legislatively to help give the executive branch the power they need to go after this. And there's two things. One is higher penalties. If you're going to fraud the taxpayers, fraud the government, you should pay a price for that. So higher penalties and more data sharing and information sharing with the states so we can get to the bottom of where the fraud is happening. But this is so disgraceful for two reasons. First, it's stealing money from taxpayers. But second, it's really stealing money from the programs that are meant to support the most vulnerable people among us. I'm not against Medicaid funding for disabled people and people that are in desperate need. I'm against people that don't and shouldn't have those benefits, stealing it or getting it inappropriately, which takes that away from those folks. So this is a big effort. They've identified hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. This task force is nationwide. There are billions of dollars that go to the states that the federal government has no transparency. Imagine there's $8 billion a month of Medicaid funding that goes to California, federal funding, that we have no transparency on how that money is allocated and the degree to which it's fraudulently allocated. So this is a big focus. I think it's something the American people really care about. It shouldn't be partisan. We should all want to protect those sacred taxpayer dollars, and we should all want to protect the people these programs are designed for. So I'm going to be a big advocate of this and try to work with the vice president and some fellow congressmen and senators. Dan Muser, by the way, has been a big leader on this. We're going to try to make this a big effort in Pennsylvania. We've got a great attorney general with Dave Sunday.
Unbelievable. Let me just take a moment.
Yes,
reinforce in your mind, too. I know he knows, but I'm telling you, at our ground level, what we hear from listeners, the arrogance of this. These were not master subtle schemes. One woman 1,100 times putting down she worked more than 24 hours in a day. How does that not get caught, to your point?
Yeah, no, this is something that the arrogance of it is earth-shattering, and it's something that the American people, when I'm on the ground in Pennsylvania, when I'm looking at it's something that's very front of mind for people, and we're going to talk a lot about it going into the midterms because a lot of this fraud happened because of the lack of discipline and frankly the looseness and maybe the intentionality of the Biden and the Obama administration. We're tightening that up and. President Trump, J.D. Vance, and many others get a lot of credit for it.
Parting question, your staff told us lantern flies. What the heck is happening with lantern flies?
Hey, we introduced, John Fetterman and I, one of many things we've collaborated on. When I was talking to him about this, he said the key thing is to stomp on them. But all kidding aside, this is a real threat to some of our ag industry across Pennsylvania. As you know, we're a huge ag state. Grape farmers and a number of other fruit farmers are heavily affected by this. So this funding and focus is to figure out the right research so we can attack these pests with the appropriate pesticides and protect our ag community. And so in addition to stomping them, we need to find more pervasive ways. And John Fetterman's led on this, and he asked me to be part of it, and we've done a lot of things in ag together, and this is just another example.
Senator, thank you so much in an action-packed day. Good luck. Have a nice weekend, and come back soon.
Yes, sir. You too. Thank you.
All right, Senator Dave McCormick, it is time. I think that pause, Henry, was somebody was telling him, wrap up.
Yeah.
I had to get the lantern flies in. They told us talk about the lantern flies.
I think it's a big issue. I stomp on them every time I see them.
There you go. John Fetterman out there stomping away.
Yeah.
I think he wears flip-flops, so I don't know how that works. All right. 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round. Hit us with something you will not change on, like Bonds is not the home run leader. It's Hank Aaron, right? 855-839-1210.
Bob Pusick. I started with Crash Proof in 2019. To all my friends and neighbors, now might be a good time for you to take what you've made on the market and put it in something that's more secure. It's very important when you get to our age to have some guarantee. Social Security is no guarantee, and most companies don't give pensions anymore. With the crash-proof system, I average around 5 to 6% per year. I'm still living off the interest. My principal has not changed. Matter of fact, it's grown. I can start planning now for exactly what I need next year, like traveling or repairs for the house. And I can do all this planning because I know I'm going to be making money next year. Even if the cost of living goes up, you can still afford to do what you want to do and know it is not going to be dependent on the market. You can't be more secure than that.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and emailing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's exactly right. We'll get the winner here in a moment. Take your shot, 855-839-1210. Something you wouldn't change on. I see some great ones on Twitter. Cash is king versus this, you do this, that, or the other. No, we don't take cash. That's it. I'm never coming anywhere near you.
Need the points.
Cash is king.
I need my credit card points.
All right. The other is when we talk about water in Cape May, you know what I think about, Jeff Andrew? How does these affiliates, pretty much, of the Communist Chinese Party, control the New Jersey Turnpike Easy Pass? Why? Let them do the water next. Let's see what happens. Can you imagine the Iranians? We're decimating them, and they're fooling around with Wildwood's water. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, what's yours today?
Dom, I guess I don't have time for my Captain Hadley story. You asked about throwing people for rouge yesterday. There's not
Monday.
time for today.
Monday, yeah.
But my answer is going to be streaming. I still believe in physical media. Anymore, they want you to listen to streaming music, and it's like, well, that's fine, if you're at home, but if you're driving around, then you lose the signal, and also it eats up the data on your phone. They want you to stream on television, and what they're doing now is they're actually editing movies and TV shows and cutting parts out. You're watching a film, and it's like, didn't he used to insult this guy all the time? That's why I always have DVDs, and I still have CDs, but I still have my own music collection, and I just refuse to submit to the streaming services.
Thank you. And then there's Hassan Piker, who's a streamer. Yes, that's it. Ban it. Let's get him out. Joe of Exton. I don't know if he's streaming anything. Joe, what's yours today?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For my answer, I would like to see America continuing in the religious tradition of Christianity rather than becoming a subset of Islam. Christianity focuses upon the personal development of the individual, while Islam focuses upon punishing the individual.
Thank you, Joe. Bruce in the Northeast has one of my favorites. Bruce, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, Henry, happy Friday. Damn, I wanted to hear Earl's Captain Hammond story, but I guess
we'll get that. We'll get that on Monday. I'm sure he'll do it.
Yeah, you can bear with me on this one. I will never, ever accept Smokey Bear.
Yes.
Smokey the Bear.
Yes.
What kind of common sense do you need,
Yeah, Smokey is not a person. It's not his last name, Bear. It's the Bear. Chuck in Newtown Square. Chuck, you call in randomly, but always close to the brass ring. What's yours?
Well, maybe I can grab the brass ring now, Don. Been a while since I've been with you. Always a pleasure. Yet another great show. I'll tell you what, they've been pushing this in school for some stupid reason, and I don't get it, but somewhere along the line, somebody was saying Eric the Red, Leif Erikson discovered America. Well, you know what? They didn't tell a damn soul. Nobody. It's Columbus who discovered America, not this guy from the Vikings. No. Let's get it straight. Columbus actually came back and told people that, yes, there's land over there, okay? So that's it. I'm not going to accept Leif Erikson. It's Columbus.
And Kyrie Irving says the world's flat, so he would dispute Columbus, maybe. And Babe Ruth.
Disputing all of them.
Okay, Sean, do you have a winner? Who did you like?
I like Robert. Robert with the Impossible Meat. That was one of my favorite ones.
Absolutely.
And then also I'm going to have to go with Bruce, with Smokey the Bear, not Smokey Bear.
Henry?
I'm going to differ here. I liked Earl's answer of streaming.
Okay.
And I also liked Chuck at the end there with Columbus.
I love Chuck at the end, but as much as I was leaning towards the Smokey Bear, there were 5 others today. This was great. Let's go with Chuck.
We go with Chuck?
All right, let's hear the grand rally of the 5 days this week.
All right, so let's see here. Monday, we asked whatever happened to so-and-so. Whatever happened to hippies was what Bruce in the Northeast was wondering. Tuesday, we asked for that all-time number 2, Big John in Huntington Valley, one with Boo Boo. And then Wednesday, we asked for something associated with the 80s, Mark in Philadelphia, one with the Perms. And then yesterday, we asked for something you associate with beer. Jeff in Hatboro went with the brewery named Boobies.
Yes.
All right. And then you just heard it here with that all-time change. You're now acknowledging Chuck in Newtown Square with Columbus. If we put those all into the hat here and get a little drum roll going. That is a number 3, Mark in Philadelphia, this week's winner.
All right. I love the Perms, too. That was a wild moment this week. As we go into the weekend, we're poised with Scott Presler on Monday as we see what happens with the Save America Act. You heard what Dave McCormick said about that. Water in Cape May under fire from Iran. Yeah, we're covering that, too. And Ennis Freedom trying out for the WNBA. We're really moving heaven and earth on that. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Rich Scioli is next. 4 big hours today. What a treat. From the Grand Hotel in Cape May. If you haven't been to this before, you got to get over there today. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks for listening here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
250 years ago, the number 13 became